karakia, I te rānei, e whai aka nei, he mene. I tū koutou.
He hono e
kororia, au ngā rongo ki te He honore, he karorea ki te atua, he maungaronga ki te whenua, he whakaro pai ki ngā tangata katoa. Hanga e tātua he ngā kahau ki roto, ki tēnā o mātou, wakatongia tō wairua tapu hei a whena hei tohu i a mātou. He aka hoki i ngā kupu i tēnei whare. Turu whakamā ki a tina! Haumi e hu e!
Hai ki e!
Wa Mayoral. Tapi na mai ga ko tu wai ra ni ma sia ki te nei ma mo ta ko ki wai ki nai. Na ko ma ne mo ko na ta ki ko kala ro ko ko mo mai ko wa ko na ti pa ko o e ka ti wa ma tre mo tai ya ro ro ka ti ko ro ka ma e ka pe ro e ka tu wa ti e ka ha tu wa ma no Kāputi ki te whaia te ao mārama, whāno, tau mai te mauri, aurimi, huie,
tai ki e.
Tēnei au ki te uru mana ki te aita ngātiki, hei matakai te marana tēne kāhita, e mai i kō ngā whakapu Aotea, te whare o te māuka, te whare kuro o manu kapurua. Tēnei au e hoa tinei hokai au wai whanāringa, i koe ia te whetu, i koe ia te marama. Hei te whai au te ao mārama e. Whāno, tau mai te mauri, auri, huie.
Ai ki e.
Tiki ngā tura, tiki whaki o te kōrero o te wānga, tiki ngā tura ka hau ka puariki. Kau kata te tāne te wānga, ki runga i nei ruāngu, ki runga i nei Wāhine, i nei tira, i o rātou whānau, i tēnei iri, i ngā taura, ki runga i nei kaunira. Ka hapai te mauri me te wairua, te koe te matapūna ngā mairangi te matapūri huiho. Ka haka maua kia tina.
Tina.
Uie.
Kai ki e.
Kina tū. Kina tātou. Tēnei te mauri o Ngāti Whātua Katu. Tēnei te mauri Kāmuru. Tēnei te mauri Kāpuku. Tēnei te mauri Kātaki. Tēnei te mauri o Ngāho. Te Rumutu, te Tāu. E mihi atu nei, e pūhiri atu nei, e karanga atu nei, nau mai, hara mai, whakatau mai rā, e ngā mana, e ngā reo, e ngā mātā waka, a koutou, e oku tuakana teina, mai te moana nui a kiwa, nau mai, hara mai, whakatau mai rā, ki mai au, e te kuru o Tāmaki, whakatau mai rā ki mai au, e te whaiwhai kapa o te tāwai, Tau mai rā te mei au e ki nei, ngā hapu e turu, ko ngā ho, te rumutu, te kāhu, te karangāti nei, nau mai, hara mai, whakatau mai rā. Te kakapa nei, i a Tania, tēnei ngā mihi kauana kia KŌRERO, nā mātou te whiwhi, nā mātou te honore, te mahitai ki tō taha, te whāna ki tēnei kakapa, no reira. Te mārēkura, ngā te kaharuru, tēnā koe. Anei a Ngāti Whātua, ngā uri, ngā tira, aha koa te iti, te rahi o ngā whakaro, o ngā manaakitanga ki roto i ngā wairua. Nā, i runga I tērā, hara au, tirangi ki te whakatōrua ngā kōrero, engari, tirangi ki te whakatau wai, te huakina I tēnei wāhanga tika, kia ui ki ngā tikanga o ngā tupuna, kia tū ki konei, te whakatinana tia ngā taonga, o waiho a ngā tupuna, kia tau wai ki Wairingiringi Toi a rātou. Nō reira, e aku mana nui, e aku mana roa, I ngā waka, I ngā reo, mai tērā marae, I tērā marae, mai tēnā pare kōrero, I tēnā pare kōrero, ki tērā ki tō te maunga, nei mai, haere mai, whakatau mai rā. Nō reira, ngā mate, haere atu koutou, pai ho ki reira, ngā hunga ora, te tā mai ki tēnei kaupapa, tēnei ki mihi kauana te koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
He aha te hau,
He aha te hau, e wawara mai, he tiu e aki nāna ia mai te pū, puta ki hiki uta e tiki nā tu e au, te kotu ko ia te pau whakaero katu, ki wai te matai o ku Wairangi e. He aha te hau, e wawara mai, he tio he raki nāna ia mai te pū, puta ki hiki uta e tiki nā tu e au, te kotu ko ia te pau whakaero katu, ki wai te matai o ku Wairangi e kohi.
Nō reira, Ngā Rangatahi, Ngā whanaunga te tau mai, te tautupu I tēnei taupapa, ngā kumātua kuia, e rātu o tātou hoa, kare te kāre, kai mai, kūnei, a ngā mihi kauana kia koutou. Nō reira, te whare, ngā pokona kato, tahi, tua, tūru, pā, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou. Huruma, tēnā koutou kato.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Tuatahi rā, ka tū whakaiti a hau, I mua te aroaro te hau kāinga nei kia koutou rā, ngā ti whātua kia koutou rā, ngā puhi nui tonu, te taitokerau, tēnā no koutou I tau mai ki runga ia tātou, ana ki te whakatau tēnei kaupapa, ko te real talk tēnei, tēnei au ka mihi, ko ngā tika hunguru tēnei mihi kawana kia koutou, ko te hono ngā mārei whatukura tēnei kia koutou, e kia ia ruawharo, he rāngai mau I ka kātaka I tua o nuku tau urua, e kore, e hoki e, and that's what we're all here to do today, nā reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa, kia ora mai tātou katoa. Sup, kia ora, yes, as why Miss Lucy was up here. I see that you fellas have got a lot of the attention, so kia tūpato e hoa, I come from Kahungunu and I'm down with all of that. O tira kia koutou katoa, ko wai tēnei e tū ki mua ia koutou, ko Kiino Krystal tēnei, mauri ora kia koutou, I hail from the Hearty Hawke's Bay, and it is my, yes, kia ora, Eddie whānau from Kahungunu and the whare, put your hands up, yeah, kia ora mai Kahungunu whānau, kia ora mai koutou, it is an absolute privilege and honour to stand here once again to represent and carry this beautiful kaupapa called Real Talk NZ. E kare mā, it came to te mataua Māui, and I must say, e hoa mā, it stunned our people. It also empowered them, and more beautifully, it inspired them to not feel alone in their journeys, no matter what those journeys are. Nā reira, tuatahi rā ka mihi atu, ki tēnei o ngā kai whakahaere rātou mā, for our Real Talk whānau. Please give them a big round of applause e kare mā. Kia kaha mai te paki. Alrighty, we've got to get through some of these housekeeping dues, e kare mā. So for all of you who have not yet been to the Aotea Flash Centre, like myself here, believe it or not, it's my first time in this whare, so I had to go get myself familiar, mihi to that wall, bow to their pakitaras like cheer. Kia ora. O te rā, ko ngā whare paku, if you want to go mimi, okay, you just go out there, back door there, and they're in the far corner over there, okay? Make sure you aim for the bowl, all right? Okay? We don't want our whānau cleaning up after years and say, oh, yeah, was that kahungunu system, man? Oh, bring those ways here. O te rā, te tahi atu mea e kare mā. If there is an emergency, hopefully there's not. Come on, Tāmaki Makaurau, we've already been through all of that, eh? If there is, though, e kare mā, we need to exit from these green doors here, or you can exit out there and just follow out through the green follow all the green signs. Ka kariki means go, okay? So go to all the green signs, e karima, but we need to rendezvous in the Aotea Square Centre over there, okay? So that's what we're doing. One last one, and this is the most important of all the housekeeping. As we have our KAIKŌRERO come up on stage, and we have a beautiful lineup of KAIKŌRERO, and before we do, give them all a big round of applause so that they can feel your mauri. Kia ora. Tangi hea te pūtātara. Kia ora, my brother. As our KAIKŌRERO come up on stage, we don't know exactly what they are bringing to the stage, but sometimes our kōrero can be a bit overwhelming. It can be empowering. It can also be inspiring, but it can also be triggering. If you feel that, Wairingiringi mā, pakeke mā, kauheke mā, we have our Real Talk whānau that are wearing these beautiful kākāriki tihate like myself. I'd like you to go and channel yourself over there, and they will haumaru you like no other, okay, e te whānau? So to all of our Real Talk whānau, can I just have you put your hands in the air and wave it like a flag, like you just don't care? Cool. Thank you very much. Kia ora mai koutou. So you find those wahine, you find those tāne, okay, if you feel that the kōrero might be just sort of setting some alarms within you. Ne, ka pai? E mara mana tātou? Hold on. Do we understand? Kia ora mai whānau, kia ora. Nā reira e kare mā. Before we do get things started off e kare mā, we got some, can you see this little line-up over here? For all of you in the back, unfortunately you may not, but over here we got some beautiful taonga to give away. And we're giving them away all night, well, it's not night, it's the afternoon, but it looks like it's night time in here, eh? What? But anyway, te whānau, we have got some of these to give away. So we're going to give 2 away. Inaia tonu nei, right now. And we would like to ask the stunning Miss Fiddle Girl. Come over here, my girl, kia ora. She is our giveaway queen, all right, our giveaway queen. And she's going to give away our first prize for today. And the first prize, I've got this flash iPad here now, whānau. I'm upping my game as an MC now. I was like, what? Going to bring in these flash things here. Oh, ka pai. And our first giveaway is from the Box Collective. Big round of applause from our Box Collective whānau. Ngā mihi nui kia koutou. Thank you very, very much. Now, to get your hands on this beautiful pauaka here, okay, I would like someone in the crowd, okay, that wants to share with us why. Why did you come to the Real Talk today? That's all I want to know. That's all we want to know. Why did you come? Kia ora, I'm going to come down to you. I'm going to get off that stage. Kia ora tēnā koe. Tuatahi, what's your name?
Kia ora, I'm Lillian.
Kia ora, Lillian. And why have you come to the Real Talk today?
I've come to just learn more about people's stories, and I came with my lovely school group, Blends, to hear stories and be inspired and empowered.
Beautiful. Isn't that a beautiful Aotea? Thank you, Lillian. Tēnā koe. There we go. And that's how easy it is. O tira, ka mihi kau wana kia koutou tēnei tira I tau mai ki runga I a tātou te hunga mate kerepo. Tēnā koutou katoa. Alright, te whānau. This is our special table over here, te whānau. So you've got a lot of love over here, just like you brothers over there. Ka pai. Okay, our second one e te whānau. Our second taonga that we're going to be giving, Our second taonga that we're going to give away is from Tidal Hair. Give Tidal Hair a big round of applause, e hoa mā. Oh, no, sorry, I'll take that back. It's Hallenstein's. Damn, I jumped the gun, whānau. It's these highlighted things. It's like, it's blind. Sorry, it's Hallenstein's. There we go. Lucky I saw that little tohu on the screen there. It's Hallenstein's. So, tāne mā, but wahine mā, you can also get one if you want. Tāne mā, anei te pāta kia koutou. Real Talk has a bit of a slogan, ne? It's kind of everywhere. Kia tērā slogan. What's the slogan? Tēnā koe, hara mai, neke whakamua, come up front, my bro. Kia ora. It's Ezra. Hey, Ezra. No mai. Yep, the slogan.
real people, real stories?
Kia ora, that was so easy. It was like, is it real? Nā, ka pai te nā koe. There we go, my bro. Kei te pai. I better double check. She's like, there's two. Wait, there's right. You might get two, bro. No, yep, nā mea e rua. Yep, nā mea e rua. Oh, Ezra, you got a half a prize over here. Ka pai, nā reire e kare mā, that's how we'll do. Now, okay, I'm kind of feeling that we're a bit quiet, okay? It's a little bit quiet. So, e te whānau. I learned this from one of my sisters back home. She's another fellow MC of ours, but she does all of our haka stuff. And anyway, she likes to get the crowd up and roaring. We need to do that before our next KAIKŌRERO comes onto the stage. So, e te whānau, I hope we all can sync with the beat and do some waiata at the same time. So, I'm going to drop the mic and I'm going to show you what the PT is, okay? That's how I bring up our Ngā mihi nui kia koutou katoa, nā reira I runga I te rā kōrero e kare mā ko tai mai te wā ki te tuku te rākau ki tā tātou KAIKŌRERO tuatahi. Our first speaker for this evening e kare mā, she is the founder, she is the leader, she is the Wāhine pūrotu who puts this kaupapa together, who puts up with all of our hoha pātai that we give her throughout all of these kaupapa. But she is also an inspiring woman, nothing but love, hailing from, of course, Purirua, Otira. I won't give too much of that over. She's going to give that all to you. E kare mā, I'd like you all to give a warm Tāmaki Makaurau welcome to our sister, Tania Carr.
Test. Ngā mihi nui kia koutou nau mai, haere mai ki te kaupapa kōrero Real Talk mō Ngā Rangatahi. It is Saturday and you guys chose to be here, and I've been saying all morning, and I've probably said it to a couple of you, ahakoa he iti he pounamu. So our room is not as full as we anticipated, but although it is small, it is still a treasure. And I'm a strong believer that whoever's in this room today is supposed to hear the kōrero that we are sharing. Kia ora. So, thank you all for coming. Ki ngā kaimahi, ngā mihi nui kia koutou katoa. Thank you for your tautoko, your aroha, I ngā wā katoa. Like, the support that I get from the kaimahi and my whānau helps us to keep our kaupapa going. Te puni kōkiri, Rose and Holly and Roger and Rawari down the back there, ngā mihi nui kia koutou. Without you guys, this wouldn't be possible. So on the scale that it is, thank you so much from the bottom of my heart, from the bottom of our hearts. Okay, so I haven't been on stage, I've got to tell you, I haven't been on stage for a while, this whole year. I've been on to speak a little bit. Mikey, sorry. I've been on stage to talk a little bit about our Real Talk puka puka, and I will talk about that in the end. But kua tai mai nei. So it's time for me to get on stage and kōrero, and I'm hoping that with this kōrero comes the release of some built-up emotions. I'm just going to start so you know, okay? And my kōrero is based on a young girl. I'm going to take you on a journey of a young girl. Whew. Now I want you to imagine. And mō taku he, there is some swearing, kuia kaumātua, okay? There is some swearing. And like Kiino said, if you get triggered by my kōrero, and you need someone to awhi or tautoko you, we've got our Real Talk team there that can support you through this kōrero. And to my whānau that are here, makes me want to cry already. Could be triggering, well, will be triggering for you too, but you know where I'm coming from. So I want you to just close your eyes and imagine this girl, this young girl. She's happy. She's positive. Class clown, always happy. She had food in her belly. She had kai on the table. She came from parents, mum and a dad. She had siblings. So to the outside world, this girl, she looked awesome. But inside this girl's life, she was fighting a different battle. She came from an environment that was similar to the Once Were Warriors movie that came out in 1994. And this young girl, in the comfort of her home, was experiencing things that no woman or child should ever experience. She was witness to women and children being beaten and kicked in the head and smashed on the head with bottles. But you know what? It was normal. Because her next door neighbour was experiencing the same thing. Her auntie and uncle up the road, same thing. Cousins up the line, same thing. So it just became, that's just the way life is for us. She also came from a whānau where her dad was actually in a gang. And there are two sides to the gang life. You have the manaakitanga, the kaitiakitanga, the whanaungatanga, and these are the reasons why our tāne join the gangs, because they, and I was talking to Winston earlier, we have lost our connection, so we're going to seek something that we feel a sense of belonging to. And I'm a strong believer as to that is the reason why our tāne are joining the gangs in full force. But there's the other side. There is the violence, the drinking, the drugs, the sexual abuse, the rape, and sometimes even murder. And those are the two sides of the coin. And this girl was subject to both those sides. She saw the good and she saw the not so good sides. 150,000 calls to tamariki ora get made. And in our country, I don't know if you know the statistics, but one child dies in our country every 5 weeks, and usually at the hands of their carer. And usually the highest statistic is under 12 months old. We've got a fucking problem. Now, when you come from that environment, you get quite an entrepreneurial whānau. So the young girl, she learned how to grow, to become a horticulturalist. And, you know, there's that debate, shall we make marijuana legal? And there's two sides to that as well. There is the negative side that people see, oh, it's drugs, you know, they go all stupid and all silly. But to the little girl, it was kai on the table, money in the pocket, giving the whānau the opportunity to buy the things that they needed to buy to survive in this world. And that was all good, until there were chemicals added to the mix. So the horticulturalists started to become scientists. And when that happens, it opens the door for police prosecution. So, one time, this girl, they were doing their thing in the whare, and she walked outside, and she lived, you know, in a place that didn't have flash cars, and she saw all these flash cars driving down the road, and she was like, "Ooh, wee!" And then she saw them stopping outside her house. And she was like, shit, Dad, the pigs. So she was able to go back inside and warn them to stop the, whatever you call it, manufacturing And so, unfortunately, the police came along. The sad story is that this young girl was treated like a criminal as well. And she came from a whānau of a lot of sisters, and they were treated like a criminal, as criminals as well. And the girl was strip searched, and she had her period at the time. And when you come from a low-income whānau, you don't have the ways and the means to be able to, hygienically take care of yourself sometimes. So you can imagine the whakamā that came with having to go through that. Not only that, the little pepe were checked inside their nappies. And that is a memory that is burnt inside that girl's head. So that led to prison time for her papa. And her papa was the one that fed them. That even though he came from the gang environment and he did some bad things, he was the one that kept the routine. He kept the kai on the table. He kept everything going. And when he was gone, it opened the door to people with not so good intentions. And we all know, well, some of us know, that when you come from a Māori family, we respect our elders, and our aunties, Jim Bob up the road is our Uncle Jim Bob, and Sally down the road is Uncle Sally, Uncle Auntie, And so Uncle came over one night and had a bit too many drinks with the girl's mum, and he visited the girl in the middle of the night. And he did things to that girl that no man should ever do to a child, no man should ever do to a woman, no man should ever do to any human being. Love shouldn't hurt. And this girl, remember that I talked about in the beginning, she was bright and sparked and positive. Her light was starting to dim really quickly. In our country, 1 in 3 girls and 1 in 7 boys report unwanted sexual activity. And that's only the reported statistics. We have a fucking problem. So the girl, her light had completely gone damp now. It's out. The light's out. So she attempted at 10 years old to kill herself. She wanted out. If nobody loves me, if this is what love is supposed to be, I'm out. 654 people in 2020 committed suicide. Whakamōmiri. 157 of them were Māori and 78 were rangatahi Māori. 51% of the Māori population is tāne, rangatahi tāne under 25 years old. 49% of the Māori population, rangatahi wāhine under 25 years old. We have a fucking problem. That is why we're here. Because if we don't speak, we don't heal. If we don't speak, we carry that mamai with us on our journey through life. So, this girl was another bruised mouth, forced shut by the ones that she loved and were supposed to love her. She knew that she was destined for better things. When those suicide attempts didn't work, and there were many, she knew there must be a reason. So when she was 15 years old, she had enough of getting hiding. And one dark night, she opened the bedroom window of her 2-story house, where her little sister, who was 2 years old at the time, who slept with her every night, lay sleeping in their state house, mould dripping from the walls, cold as fuck. Little sister had asthma, but the girl said it's now or never. And she jumped from that window. And she was free. She was free from the harm that others caused her. But she was never free from the baggage, from the mamae, from the hurt, from the guilt that she carried from that moment on, especially her sick little sister that was lay sleeping in the bed. So what do you do when you are 15? You run away. You hook up. And then you get hapu. Well, hopefully not. Our rangatahi in the audience, hopefully not. So, this young girl was 16 and she got hapu. She had no whānau because she ran away from her whānau. And for once in her life, she said, this life is more than just me. I've got a bigger purpose now. I want my pepe to have a better life than I did. So I'm fighting for my child, for my whānau, for my future whānau. And if you haven't already guessed, I am the girl and the girl is me. And that pepe that was growing in my tummy is now nearly 28 years old. And she has a pepe growing in her tummy too right now. So my daughter Cheyenne married her husband Ethan earlier this year, and that's my mokopuna river. And we have another moko on the way. Cheyenne was born on Christmas Day, so that's what I told everyone. I'm 16, but I didn't have sex. Like, you know, when Mary got pregnant without, like... Sorry to the churchies, I don't know the real story, but like, that was my story anyway. And then, I had another baby and she was born on 21st of December. And now this one going to get pregnant and her one's due on the 22nd of December. So, moving on. So, ran away from home, had a baby, thought, right, I've got this life to live and I need to support and raise my whānau the way that I want to raise my whānau. And so I put on this mask and I moved to Auckland, like not a physical mask, like how you know what I mean. Like, okay, leave my background behind. I didn't want anyone to know where I came from. I grew up in Puriroa in Cannons Creek. Ko Ngāti Porou tōku iwi. Ko rua taupare ki tūpāroa tōku marae. So just in case my whānau think that I've been like gone to Ngāti Kahungunu. yeah, whāngai. I've got another whāngai family now. So I started my career at Glassons. I borrowed some clothes, went to an interview, thought, they're not going to fucking hire me. I'm like a high school dropout. I've got no qualifications. I've got a baby. But I got the job at Glassons. And I worked my ass off. And eventually I became the national manager of Glassons. Let's go, eh? And I had no qualifications. I had nothing. All I did was work hard. Okay, so that's one taonga for your kite. Work hard and you can do absolutely everything, anything that you ever want. So I worked there for 10 years, then I got snapped up and got headhunted to go and manage the Pascoe, Stuart Dawson's and Goldmark jewellery stores. So I did that for 9 years. And by this time I met a man, got married, thought, yep, sorted, bought a house, had heaps of money, have some babies, have some more babies. My daughter's 21, why not? Like 21-year age gap, it's all good. And so... toko toru aku tamariki, ko Cheyenne te matāmoa, ko Riley taku tamahine nohi, ko Caden taku pōtiki. So I had the babies and I thought, yeah, I'm married, I've got a good financial backing, I've got a husband, and I'm going to go and put on my activewear and do some Pilates and have a cup of tea and coffee with my girlfriends, and I'm going to be skinny straight away and I'll snap back. Oh, hell no, it did not work like that. My kid, as soon as she came out, just would not stop crying. I put on 30 kilos. I was like massive. I wouldn't open the curtains. People would come over and I'll pretend that I'm not home. So I ended up in a really dark space, really, really dark space. Hoi anō, did it again, had another one. And I was like, I can choose to live my life this way, or I can do something about it. And my sister was studying social work at Te Ropua Whina in Poriroa, and she said, sis, can you come and talk to the Wāhine about, they don't have to repeat the cycles. You can show them that you don't have to repeat the cycles. So I went there, and it's the first time in 40 keep killing themselves. They need to be heard. They want us to hear. They want us to hear them. And Pania will take you on that journey in her kōrero. But that's how Real Talk seed was planted. And so since then, we've had our funding support from Te Puni Kōkiri to go all around the motu. We've done, this is event number 12 over 2 years. We've had, I started a podcast, so anybody who wants to tell me their stories has the opportunity. I hold space, so if anyone wants to tell their stories, I'll hold space for you. Tokorima kutaina ko Aotea matamua. So I'm the oldest of 5. Oh, there's 6 girls, 6 of us, and Cheyenne, obviously, because I had her when I was really young. People think there's 7 of us, and yeah, I'm like, yeah, she's my sister. And we've all got a different story, Some of us are still struggling with the demons of our past, and I can't force anybody to come along on this journey. This journey is your journey, and when you're ready to make the change, that's when you'll make the change. Mā te kimi, ka kite, mā te kite, ka mōhio, mā te mōhio, ka marama. It's there for you, whānau. Everything that you need, you seek, you will find. Then you'll know and then you'll understand. And again, my Real Talk whānau that supports the shit out of everything that we do and is there. It's really important to surround yourself with people that are going to be in your corner regardless of what you're going through. Nick said something the other day, I posted it, and she said, just be careful of, I don't know what it said, but sugar or salt, they look the same, but they taste differently and they have different effects. So surround yourself with people who are going to lift you up and take you to where you need to be. You don't have to stay. I'm an example of you don't have to live in that environment. If I could have easily just stayed where I was, stayed in the gang, married a gang member, not married, you don't get married, but you know what I mean? And that's all good. But I wanted to give my child a better life, and that's what kept me moving forward on my haerenga. So on Christmas Day, I'll take it back, on the 3rd of December, my nan passed away. And in our whānau, we haven't had a lot of tangi. We have not a lot of tangi. And Nan was, how old was Nan? 98? 98. 3rd of December, our Nan passed. We didn't even know what to do. We were like the blind leading the blind. But as soon as we've got our kasis in action, we just haere tonu, haere tonu. So we were a well-oiled machine, and that was a very sad day. So Christmas Day, my dad moved in with my nana to look after her. Christmas Day, I knew he'd be sad, so I went and visited him. And Hayley was there, cousin Hayley was there. And I said, Dad, I got this, I need to admit something to you because I feel stink. And he's like, what? And Hayley's like, what the fuck? And I was like, when I was younger and you were passed out, I stole your patch and I went to a fancy dress party. And I thought he was going to kick my ass, but he actually laughed, eh? Yeah. And so I felt good. And so I had 3 beers with my dad, but the trauma is still there, and when he drinks, it triggered me. So after 3 beers, I said, oh, Dad, I'm driving. I've got to take my car home and I'll come back. And he grabbed me and he hugged me and he said, darling, it's okay. I forgive you if you don't come back. He knew. Then 28th of December, we had this whānau photo shoot, and my dad is not a photograph kind of man, you know. He's in the mongrel mob. He doesn't wear a white shirt. He bought a white shirt and he bought himself some fancy new white shoes. And on the 28th of December, I posted this photo. That time we had whānau photo shoot and it was windy as fuck. So good to have us all together, all the moko and River, the great moko, and Nani and Koko. The next day he died. And this is why I can't talk. Because I feel guilty standing on stage talking about all the shit that happened to me. And I wrote a book. And it wasn't until the Purupuraki where I got to hear. See, my dad was in the mongrel mob, right? And you can see we put the white shirt on him. He would have been turning in his grave now. But he went and he learnt and he connected with his Māoritanga and he learnt his whakapapa and he was connected again and he changed. And he ended up being a kai āwhina at Te Wānanga o Aotea. And he changed as a man. And the thing is, we, his children, his moko, didn't know what a great man he was because we were always remembering the triggering, the hard stuff, right? So Purupuraki night comes along and we're hearing, like, heaps and heaps of people came and they stood and told us what a beautiful man, and they didn't even know he was in the mongrel mob. And I was like, if I could go back and say, I'm proud of you, Dad. If I could go back in time and say that. And write a story about all the good stuff that he did. He's resting in Tuparo, and that's his resting place because he is a rangatira and he deserves to be there. And this is why I keep going now. I'm sorry for the life that you were brought up with, my darling, but I love you. And on Christmas Day, when I last saw him, he said he was so proud of me for real talk. Time waits for no man. We don't know when our number's up. So be there for each other, be kind, listen, hear, hold space, share stories. Even if you are locking yourself in your whare, find somebody that you trust. I just want, Edward, can you turn the lights off? Oh wait, can everyone get out their phones and turn their lights on? Oh, sorry, our whānau that can't see. We all good? Ka pai. Can you turn the lights off now, Edward, please? I want you to hold it strong for anybody in your life that you have lost because of whakamomori, because of violence, because of love. Anybody that you have lost, this minute is for them to remember them. They are not gone. They live in our hearts forever. And take this with you. Aroha ki te tangata, ahakoa ko wai te tangata. Love the person, regardless of who they are. Kia ora. Oh. So I told you that in my kōrero, I told you that I wrote a book. And we've been fundraising, we've been selling goodie bags, we've been doing ladies' lunches. And with the help of our good friends, Betty and Curls, Charles and Jess, love you guys. With their help, we're able to get the live stream out to our whānau. And they've also helped us to pay for us a book. And because this was supposed to be filled with rangatahi, today is for everybody. So I am going to give you all a real talk puka puka for you to take home. Because when I was younger, I used to bury myself in books and pretend I was somebody else. And this book has developed because it's got strategies, it's got mindsets, it's got stories. It can be your Bible, well, not Bible, because, gosh, it's got some swearing in there. But it can be your taonga for your kete to help you on your journey. So, ngā mihi nui kia koutou.
Did she make you cry? She made me cry. All right, another paki paki mai e whakamā. Nā rere e whakamā, koe nā ngā āhuatanga o wēnei kōrero. So this is what we're talking about around our kōrero. And one more time e whakamā, because I thought that paki paki was just a little bit low on the vibration. So one more time, haruru mai I te whare, yeah! Ah, that's it. Karanga mai rā. All right. Nā rere kare mā. Just to get us out of that kōrero, just to sort of also reflect on that kōrero, kurai karanga to our giveaway queenie, Miss Wāhine Whero, no mai, hoki mai. She's coming. I said, the Whero's coming, baby. I said, Whero's coming now. It's a bit of an old school track, so that just shows you how young we are. Okay, our next prize that we are giving away is the one that we mentioned before, Title Hair Gift Pack. Give them a big round of applause. So if you were wanting very wavy awa-like hair, this is the prize for you, okay, e te whānau. So we are looking for someone in the crowd who was listening very tentatively to our sister Tania. He whakarongo pi kari nei. Where does our sister hail from? No here, Tania. Where's she from? Hey, they're like, oh, I thought you were going to ask, like, what was one of her favourite? Oh, kapai, over here. Oh, I'm so glad this. Yeah, tēnā koe e hoa. Ko wai koe?
Poriro, Cannons Creek.
Oh, yeah, that's the answer. That's the answer. Sorry, that's all right, he was so excited. Bring that out. We can see it going into your hair too, my bro. Ka pai. Paki mai. And this is Roman e wāma. Paki mai anō for Roman. Who got it right? No porirua tā tātou tuahine. And you've won yourself that beautiful title hair there. So if you want wavy, awa-like, moana-like hair, or when you're from Kahungunu, we say, rongo mai wahine here, you got that number there. Another round of applause there, kareba. And of course, to our beautiful sister here, tēnā anō koe e te tuahine. Kia ora. All right. How are we doing e te whānau? We doing good? Aye. We feeling good? Ka pai. All right, just checking e te whānau. Also, if you fellas didn't have tea, okay, if you just rushed here, all right, don't worry, the Real Talk whānau got you, okay, so we're going to have a bit of a kai halfway through, all right? But before we go to that, e kare mā, it's so flash having this pad. Usually I have like papers and I'm like flicking through all these papers, but having it all like on this device, it's like tink, good. Okay, e te whānau whānui, ko tā tātou KAIKŌRERO tuarua mo te pō nei. I've got to say pō all the time because we're in the pō, okay? Is that all right? We know it's the afternoon, but hoi anō. Ko te KAIKŌRERO e whai ake nei, we actually share a bit of a similar background. Well, he's not from the freezing works. That was another kōrero. But no, after that life, I got into broadcasting by accident. And iwi radio too. So what's the iwi station here in Tāmaki? Oh, you fellas are so not listening to Iwi Radio. It's just killing me right now. It's Radio Wātea. Who listens to Wātea? None of... Cuzzies, did My FM had just taken over? Okay, right. Well, did you know that My FM actually came from the iwi network? Yeah, I bet you didn't know that. That's right. My FM was down with the iwi network, and they're like, actually, we're sick of all the regulations and the restrictions that you fellas put on, so we're going to go get My, okay? So My FM come from the iwi network, and anyway, that's where I come from. And this is where this bro comes from. I was doing my research last night, as you do. Where do you do research, whānau? Facebook. TikTok, IG. So I was doing my research at Te Whānau, and I was like, actually, this fella's a bit of a hākina dude. Oh, whoa. And he actually does stuff for, like, the crowd goes wild. Oh, whoa. And he's on New FM, on the breakfast show. Cut it out. And you know what? He's actually kind of funny too. So I'm actually anticipating a few laughs when he comes up onto this atamira. No pressure, brother. No pressure at all. Narita, kia kahamai. Give us another big warm Tāmaki Makaurau welcome for TimProvise. TimProvise. Come on, my bro.
When you said that we had something in common, I thought it was the caseworker. I was like, hey, we got the same caseworker. Holy hecka. All right, here we go. Oh, am I there? There we go. That's me. Kia ora, everybody. My name is Tim. TimProvise is my little side name that I get away from the Bay Court people with. But so yes, I like what that was a great introduction. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm here to kind of, you know, be a bit of a palate cleanser, I suppose, but still have a good pūraku that I want to put out there. Yeah, I'm from originally from Taranaki, from Te Aotea. Oi, anyone of you here? No? Oh, chat. There we go. From Waitara, yeah, and but no, lived most of my life in South Auckland, as you could tell from my South Auckland accent here. Cheer, my bros. Here we go. Let's get into it, eh? That's me. Okay, I'm yeah, it's kind of me. I look pretty funny there. Trying to look tough, but you'll see me look tough later on. Well, he's laughing. That's what I want. So, yeah, so I'm from South Auckland originally. I'm from Clendon. Hey. There we go, eh? There we go, Clendon. Yeah, so I am a father. I was also a teacher. I taught for 6-7 years in our schools in South Auckland as well. I do a little show called The Bakery Run, and I just eat pies with people. It's pretty mean. I still don't get paid for it. It's still pretty good. I'm a comedian. But, yeah, I've got to, also, before I go into this, I've got to be careful what I say, because I get a bit silly. So if I get a bit too silly, I'll look over, just give me the thumbs up, thumbs down if I need to shut up, eh? All right? So I'm a bit of a comedian, but my name just calls me a fucking egg. Kei te pai. Like I said before, I'm a radio host as well, and that was just by fluke. I just talked a whole lot of kaka, and I was like, oh yeah, you want to come on the radio? Yeah, kei te pai. And yeah, so I'm an honorary uso, so I'm on New FM. Not actually a uso, but I'm getting there. A couple more days. Some of them called me a toko the other day, and it was quite good. Tonga Language Week was the only time they did there, but hey. Anyway, James Cook High School represent. This is me. A lot of people over here like, who's he, my guy? We're like, hey, which one is the bro? I'm the tough one right there. Hoo-yah. Look at that. Standing next to Queen Elizabeth right there. Visited. She was a visitor for us. No, it's my tutor teacher. But at that moment in my life, I was very conflicted, right? Because, like, growing up, my nan, my mum, my brothers, my whāngai were all like, no, you're Māori, Timothy. You're Māori. And at that moment there was probably the lowest moment, because they were like, nah, you're not actually. Because I would get that a lot. I would turn up and, normally, you go, who are you? But when you go to James Cook, the introduction is, what are you, G? That's what you get. Gee, what are you? No, honest, what are you? And so there you go. So it was a very conflicted time, so like because my whakapapa, my grandfather is where I get the white skin from, And, you know, I thought back in the day, he was a trailblazer, you know, back in the 20s, you know, they didn't all go for the Māori girls back then, but while his brothers were out stealing land, he was out stealing my nan's heart. So he's out there, eh? And other things, but I won't say. All right. So here we go. I'm at James Cook, probably one of the toughest, you know, schools out in South Auckland. What are you laughing for, brother? Hey? What school did you go to? De La Salle? No. Shout out to De La Salle, by the way. Okay, but this is what my nan would always tell me. Is whakapapa is all that matters. I wasn't into, you know, at that time of my life, I just wanted to play basketball, talk to girls, successfully at times, sometimes. Nah, I'm lying. No, not successfully. But that was all she would tell me. She'd say, fuck papa is all that matters. And at that time, I didn't have a clue what she meant. I was like, I know my fuck papa. I know where I'm from. I know that. But what do you mean it's all that matters? And the older that I got, then the more in tuned I got with what she was on about, then I kind of understood, like, oh, I see. I kind of see what you're saying now. And right now in my life, I'm on my journey. I'm figuring out everything. And I love it, you know, because I'm doing something that my mother couldn't do. She was too busy working, trying to provide, and I'm doing something for my own, for myself, you know. And it's a beautiful thing. So yeah. So anyway, so getting into it. So I grew up in South Auckland. I started to work in South Auckland as well. And I worked at this place, and it's probably got the worst name that I think has ever been produced, ever. This place over here is called Korowai Manaki. All right, Korowai Manaki is in Woody. It's just down the road from my house, and it is where all the 1 to 2% of the naughtiest kids in Aotearoa come here. 85% of them are Maori, and pretty much 85% of them are young boys. And it was really hard for me because I started working there when I was like 21, 22. I didn't figure it out. I was, you know, my life was revolved around going to the clubs on a Saturday, mucking around, playing the Xbox games, and my life was all good. But when I got here, I opened my eyes up to what the world actually is. Okay, I was very, I don't want to say sheltered, but I'm saying I saw what I needed to see, but everything else was like, wow. And my first day there was Christmas Day. I lived there. I started working there Christmas Day. So if you don't know, you're in the residence. It's like a mini junior version of prison. So as the kids either waiting for remand, so they're waiting to become 18 to go to jail, or they're just young enough that maybe they'll stay in here and they'll become institutionalized. And that's what we're going to have a little kōrero about now. So I'm going to introduce you to Thomas. So there's a boy, my first day on the job. My first day on the job, it was Christmas Eve. And this is a little boy, and he's in his room, in one of those rooms. And they had separate rooms, and they said, hey, your job, Tim, on your first day is to go and help Thomas go to sleep. And I was like, oh, he's 6 years old. He's 6. That should be easy. So, you know, I go in there, and let me see. Yeah. So I would go in. These were our rooms. These were the rooms that they would go into, which is pretty much just, you know, when they say, you know, you can't, there's a saying about putting makeup on something to make it look like different, like trying to pretty it up. These are just cells that had a pretty little coral pattern on it, you know. It was really like, oh, you guys are trying to just sugarcoat stuff here. But at that time, I was like, oh, this is cool. But I didn't realize it, right? So going down here, there was 10 down one room, 10 down the other. They go, you need to go and see Thomas. And Thomas was just coming out of living his whole life in a house that was used to make methamphetamines. So he's scratching, he's twitching, he's all of this. This little 6-year-old boy called Thomas. And, you know, I go in and I'm like, and, you know, he's all good at that time. And I say, hey, Thomas, you know, hey, bro, we've got to go to bed. And he's screaming and he's like, I don't want to go. And so I go away and I'm like, what do I do here? I don't understand. Like, I'm only a 20-year-old kid. I'm trying to get this kid to bed. And they said, oh, you know, just go in and just talk to him and that kind of thing. And so I go in there and I say, hey, you know, like, hey, it's Christmas tomorrow. Thomas, if you're not going to go to sleep, Santa Claus is not going to come and visit. And then he said to me, oh, fuck, Santa Claus isn't even real. And I said, oh, holy fuck. So Too much. Get to play? Oh, okay. I thought, holy, this kid is out the gate. But you know, like, it's that harsh reality that that's what it is. He was with me for 2 years. He would hang with me, he'd be by my side, and things were good, you know, and it was, he was like my little Simba, yeah? Wherever I would go, he would come with me, and we would sit and we would talk about anything, everything, about life, things that his parents never got to talk to him about, you know? Just how to be a nice person, how to manners, how to do things that, you know, he didn't get. And this photo is quite reminiscent of it, because in the movie, which I love, by the way, it's one of the best movies of all time. Thank you. He asks, hey, Dad, well, I wasn't a dad, but you know what I'm saying. He was saying, hey, what's over there? What's in that? And he said, that's the elephant graveyard. Remember that bit? He's like, what's that? It's the elephant graveyard. And for me, the elephant graveyard was when he got out. That was the elephant graveyard for me. Because when he got out, that's when things, I can't protect the bro, yeah? This little tiny 6-7-year-old, I couldn't do nothing for him once he went out to the elephant graveyard. When he was out there, shit got real, yeah? And he got out there. And then, you know, he went back to his ways, went back to what was happening before. He was a little fella, so they were chucking him inside of houses to go and open the door up for the bros, you know, those types of things, yeah? And then, you know, I look at this one, and everyone's like, oh, yeah, you know, that's what happens when he got out. He went to Timon and Pumbaa. He went to those liars. The absolute liars, those two. Oh, yeah, you got problems. Don't worry. It's all goods. No, it's not all goods. He's got problems. But, you know, they were like, and those also were like his caseworkers. They would just let him kind of chill out. And, oh, yeah, nah, he's just hanging out with his mates. And that was, for me, that was, you know, that was, for me, was the hardest part, was I was letting these kids out, and away they go. But that's part of the problem as well, because that's the institutionalization that we have to deal with our young people, is that they go into this place, because I'll tell you what they need, all right? And this is kind of going to sound really simple, but it's actually what it is, okay? All these kids need is some awhi and some structure, and that's it. And that's what they got in our little area. And it was good and it was bad, you know, because they would rely on it. They'd go and get in trouble. They'd come back. And yeah, so, but anyway, we'll move forwards. So we're talking about media. We're talking about media and how it affects us. So I want to just move it on a little bit here. There was a survey that got done between, 100 years. Every year they would put it up. And it's what the media would perceive, would push out to us as consumers. So a Pākehā male would be perceived as doesn't pay much attention to how he looks. You know, he's all like, oh, yeah, mate, chat. He's that fella. All right, loves his rugby, yeah. Or he's the ones on the Bunnings ads that are lapping it up, getting a sausage sizzle at Bunnings. Loves to go out camping. Lives in the bush. You know, those types of things. Doesn't say much. Beer is always there, you know. It's always waipiro. It's always around. Not saying it's a bad thing, but it is what it is. And it doesn't express any emotion at all. This is a true survey. How did people perceive Pākehā in the media for 100 years? So, and I thought, okay, so I was really interested. Here's the teacher coming out of me right now. I was like, hey, this is really interesting. I wonder why. So I digged a little bit deeper. I got in there, and this is these are some of the things that came up, right? That's what they say, oh, harden up. Oh, yeah, oh, you cry, oh, what a girl. You just harden up. That type of thing. Stop being a pufta, that kind of thing. Hey, oh, what a wanker, she'll be all right, all goods. You know, just put a plaster on it, you'll be all right. Those types of things. And that's all came from that discussion. And then I thought, how did that happen? So where did it come from? So I did a little bit, like I said, I did some digging. Back in the days, that fella came over to Aotearoa, to colonize and everything, and he said, man, I need wood, because they couldn't cut their own wood down, could they? But we could, you know what I mean? All right, and then they're like, I need some lumberjacks then. So they'd get some lumberjacks over, and those lumberjacks are like, oh, you'll be all goods, and that's where this tall poppy type of behavior started, right? It's all from this, and then multiply that by some time, and it's what we have right now, especially in our males. Now I know that it's from a colonist type of environment, but they control the media, so they control what we have. They see everything that we see, everything they see on the media. So we kind of egg into that, right? So we'll get back to Thomas, eh? See, I told you I'm taking you for a ride here. Take it back to Thomas. Thomas came back to us. And he was a bit older. He was a little bit older, a little bit wiser, a little bit, he's got a couple of makeshift tattoos on him from a pen and a wall socket. He's been around the bush a little bit. Back there. So what happened was he was getting in trouble, and you try to impart some knowledge on some kids, and he was there, and I said, gee, Thomas, you always come in here, and it's always the same thing. You're hanging out with the wrong people. These people are getting you in these positions to do whatever they have. And I said this one thing to him. I said, hey, if you sleep with dogs, you get fleas. Right? Which is it's a pretty good thing, right? You're going to get itchy if you hang out with them. And I turned to him and he said to me, fuck, I don't want to sleep with dogs that much. That's yuck. And I was like, wow, this kid is a fucking genius. He's getting me at every turn. He's hit me there. And I was like, he's not mentally prepared for this yet. Yeah, but I tried to impart some knowledge on him, try to help him out a little bit. And it was really hard for me because that's all that was his problem, was that he was hanging out with the wrong people. And my little Simba was kind of not a little Simba anymore. Yeah, he was eating bugs in the forest, not literally, but you know what I'm saying. Yeah. Okay, now, same survey. What did they say about Pacifica, and what did they say about Maori? Okay, because it was the same thing. These are the words that came out of the survey. For 100 years, savage, emotionally impulsive, so that things always just work on impulse. Like, I'm going to be angry because I'm impulsive. Aggressive, violent, gang-affiliated, dumb, and work at the factory and the dole. This is legit, has been documented. And it's not true. We all know that. But this is what the media told us. And who controls the media? It's not us. It's the white people, right? No disrespect, but it is. So this is what so then got my shovel out. Got to do some more digging, yeah? Because I wanted to know why they think we're like that. And so where does this come from? Okay, so I get my little historian hat on, and I figured it out. It's that that motherfucker over there. That's all right. His name is George Gray. He was a weird dude. There's a lot of things going on, but Governor George Gray, he was a South African that got in trouble in Australia, came over here and juked the system, right? He told Māori that we're going to collaborate together. We're going to all work together. We're going to collaborate together. We would Europeanize, these are all in his diaries that he has written. We're going to Europeanize the Māori as well. We're going to all look after each other. We're going to help with war relations. We're going to all help each other out here. And we're going to bring peace between the iwis. This is what he said, right? If you dive a little bit deeper in there, there's some weird shit that he did as well. He also he had a mansion on Moko Island over there. It's very, very strange. But anyway, that's what he told Māori. But what did he tell the Queen? That's what I wanted to know. And there his letters, and this is exactly what they said. These Māoris are savage, emotionally impulsive, aggressive, violent, and the iwi affiliation is going to hurt us when we are trying to take their land. So it all went back. You see what I'm saying? I've done all the digging so you don't have to. But it is all, that's the way it kind of works out, right? Because it is exactly the same as how we were perceived in the long run. And it sucks. I'm just here to point out the obvious. Okay? And it's hard. It's hard when you see this chain of bullshit that have gone on for centuries and centuries, and yet we stand here and it's still like the same thing. Oh, it's not the same thing, but it is improving, you know? But it's great to see. So I was like, well, what does that have to do with being a man in 2022, especially a Māori man, a Pacifica man that has that tattooed in the brains of most people because of the media. And how can we be the change that we want to be? Okay, and it also, you know, like, I don't want to get all Michael Jackson on anybody, but it is the man in the mirror. Okay, it's you. Okay, it's us. We need to make that change. We need to be positive around how we bring up our kids and how we embrace our young ones. Because if we aren't, who is? You know, and so that's what I really wanted to get out of that. And it is a very open-ended question. What does that mean? So this is what I wanted to say. It's all about auditing, you know, like, you know, an audit is when somebody checks your, like a warrant of fitness is your audit for your car, right? We have to kind of because we've been in that situation, we have to self-regulate and self-audit and make sure that we're on that right path, especially for our young ones, that we are being the people that they want to be. And it starts with us. So I know it sounds really corny and cheesy, but it is like actually legit. Like it is what we need to do. Yeah. The narrative, that's the other thing. The narrative is what we push out. Social media is a great thing. Yeah, we can push out positivity. We can push out what we want others to see. If we want others to see that, we can do that. Our radio stations, our TV shows, we need to demand that we change that up. Don't just consume the content and then shut up. If you consume the content and you say that's bullshit, you need to speak up because your voice means a lot. Because without your voice, they ain't got no money. You know? If you keep quiet, then they're like, cool, keep cashing the checks. Yeah, but our taxpayers and who our tax money and who we apply, who we talk to, the authentic us, are the ones that get there. So yeah, so I thought, yeah, it's something that we have to do internally without any help because they're not going to really give us a help out. The last time that I met Thomas, I was very so I was still working there at the time, and we got the call. We got a call in, and only the ones that worked with him, and we found out that he committed suicide. And my little Simba, you know, the guy that I looked after from a 6-year-old to when he passed away at 13, was rough for me. I just had my first, my daughter, and, you know, like I looked at her is the same way as I looked at that little 6-year-old, is that I will do anything in my power that I can do to help that person. And, but there's a part of me that's like, you could have did more. You know, there's this little devil on my shoulder, this angel on my shoulder that's saying, you could have done a little bit more. And, you know, I live with that forever. Like, you know, I see pictures of him. I have pictures of him at my whare, and I just think, you know, like maybe I could have done more. Maybe I could have done just a little bit more just to help him out. Maybe I could have rang him. Maybe I could have texted him. Maybe I could have been the change. But I didn't, and it was real rough. It was real hard. So, but Thomas, you know, I went to his tangi, and I also went to his unveiling, and it was hard in a sense that this young man had so much promise, but also like I thought about this like on the drive here actually, and I might work, I don't know, we'll see how it goes, but like you know how I don't know, you meet someone and they're kind of like only trying to do things to get somewhere, like, oh, that guy's just brown-nosing, you know, that's what they call it, like, oh, what a eat-ass fella, this is brown-nosing, you know, and I thought to myself, maybe I need to start brown-nosing for people like Thomas that are up there, right? My bros that have passed on, that have gone from, I need to start brown-nosing for them. I need to start doing things that they can see to help others. And if they see me helping, then they might make some changes up there. They might go and talk to somebody up there, or where, you know what I mean? So I'm committed to changing my change so they can see me from up there. And once they see me doing things, then I'm good to go. Then I'm like, okay, he had to see that one. You know, like, oh, I helped that bro out. He had to see that one. And it's about working for our tipuna, working for people that are looking down on us. Yeah. Anyway, went to his unveiling. Okay, here's my finish, all right? Okay, bear with me. I went to his unveiling, and I met his mum for the first time. I walked over to the mum, and I said, Kia ora, my name's Tim. She looked me dead in the eye, and I was like, oh, here we go. You know, she was a bit of a crack up, and she looked at me, and she goes, aren't you the fella that sleeps with dogs? And I was like, oh, no, that wasn't me. There we go. I thought I'd just finish it off with a laugh, eh? But no, thank you so much, everybody. Yeah, this is a beautiful kaupapa, and yeah, I love it. So have a great afternoon. For the rest of them, and we'll see you later. Eh? Ka kite.
Isn't he a talented brother? Another round of applause, whakamā, for TimProvise. whakamā, you can find him on, of course, social media platforms at TimProvise, KAIKŌRERO. So do follow the bro. He's actually quite a crack up to follow, and a beautiful kōrero. And yes, I must say, e te hoa, I roto i a kahugunu, yeah, we got quite a colourful background like that too, but I think he sort of summed it up, especially around media. Media, yes, media it has its good sides and its bad sides, but there will always be a side that we can just eliminate for now. Otira, where is my giveaway sister? No mai, hara mai. E te whānau whānui, I was just sort of checking the time. We're a little bit behind time, but that's kei te pai. Just to bear in mind, after our KAIKŌRERO e whai ake nei, just after our KAIKŌRERO here, we will have an introduction from our rangatahi services. So I'll just get the kōrero out now to those who are going to come up on stage regarding our rangatahi services. Could we please just have you come up on stage, a nice quick one-liner on your kaupapa ne ka pai, your kaupapa, what you bring here, so that our rangatahi here may want to engage with you when we go out for a kai, ne, and just ata whakaro here ki te wā e takahaere, okay? Just with the time that's just falling beside, ne? Nā reira, e whakamā, we want to win some prizes, yes? Are we ready? Oh, Kazzies, are we ready to win some prizes? Yes, kia ora, my whānau, kia ora. Nā reira, e whakamā, our next prize up for grabs, KAIKŌRERO, is from Native Ink Clothing. Right. Oh, it's a bit of a crop number. Okay, so when you wear that, make sure you suck it in, okay? KAIKŌRERO. Our pātai to win yourself this fantastic poraka here is in regards to our latest KAIKŌRERO. What was something that resonated with you? Would you like to share that with us, e te whānau? What's something that resonated with you regarding Tim's kōrero, Timoti's kōrero? Nā Timoti te ki. Oh, over there from the haukainga. Oh, well, were you putting up your hand for your wahine? Eh, were you doing those numbers? Eh? Kei te pai. Ko wini tana tēnei, give a big round of applause for Winston. He was one of our brothers that opened us up today. Tēnā koe hoa. What's something from Timoti's kōrero that resonated with you?
Something that resonated with me from Timoti's kōrero was him talking about feeling responsible. And I'd just like to touch on that and just say to some of yous, you know, you don't need to take full responsibility all the time. He tika ana kōrero, you know, we do need to be talking more and finding more better solutions, but also just, yeah, that don't feel that it's your fault. But tēnā koe.
Tēnā koe. Here's your crop top, my bro. Mean. There you go. Now you got it for your wahine. Hey, give a big round of applause for Tim. We also have another prize to give away, e whakamā, to this round, because we got a truckload of giveaways. Thank you to all of these whānau for giving all of these beautiful taonga down here. Absolutely fantastic. Our second giveaway for tonight, e whakamā, is from, Puawai the Label. That's a kahungunu sister. Oh my God, and it's actually quite fitting because the next it's just all this flow. I love this flow. Okay, e te whānau, this is from Puawai the Label, and it's two udis. Yeah, but she calls them uhia uri. Uhia uri. Oh yeah, I feel it. Okay, e te whānau, so they must be like kinners and cream, or kinners and toast. No, it is, because you know the udis, they've got those different things. Well, these are like kinners on toast. No, straight up. So anyway, e te whānau. Oh, okay, our pātai is to do with our kaupapa here, the Real Talk. Where? There's a few platforms you can find Real Talk. Where can you find it? Oh, right in the back there, two hands up. Kia ora te sis. Do I have to run over there? Yep, here you go.
I can run, it's okay. Kia ora everyone, you can see Real Talk on Instagram or TikTok. Oh, sorry, Instagram and Facebook. Yes. Oh, yay.
Oh my gosh. She's doing that in heels, e te whānau. God, give our sister a big round of applause for running in those heels. And thank you e te tuahine, e te kāna tērā kōrero. You can find the Real Talk at Real Talk NZ on Facebook and Insta. Also, their website is realtalk.co.nz. Okay, e te whānau whānui, like I was saying, the flow, you know. I love flow. When you get flow, it's just overwhelming. So, our next KAIKŌRERO coming up, noko nei I tipu ai I roto I tēnei whenua taurikura o te whatu apiti girl. Get it right, you're not in kahunganu. Okay. O ngā te whātua. O ti rā, ka hoki ngā whakaro, I just sort of take my whakaro back into kahunganu with the brothers there at Awa Inc. To the whānau back in the back there with the native whānau. You might have heard of the brothers there from Awa Inc. Started with the brothers there. Ko rātou Heringa Toi. You know, these are beautiful artists. Beautiful artists. The things that they do, the things that they gift, the things that they create out of pure thoughts is absolutely beautiful, you know. But one thing that I experienced, especially hanging with our Inc. brothers and sisters, was, you know, when there's no clients in the studio and we're sitting there having a bit of a whakawhiti kōrero, bit of a wānanga, I tell you what, our artists, they hold some very, very, very colourful stories. I'll say colourful for now. So, e te whānau whānui, in relation to that, that's what we've got coming up next. We've got a ringa toi coming up on stage. Tētahi wahine tino a tāhua. Ko tāu koe ki ana, I te puai e konei. Oh, and she's got a beautiful Māori name. Ko tōna ingoa Māori ko Wairingiringi. And māramana koutou ki tēnei wahine, you might follow her on IG, because when I did my rangahau last night, I went, whoa, look at her followers, it's more than iri, far out. No. O ti rā e te whānau. I runga I tēnā, kāre anō, she's got a bit of a whakarapupoto name, but that's for those who only know her very close. So I'll still keep it at Wairingiringi. We'll give it another couple of Real Talk goes, sister, and then I can call you Tingi, hey. O ti rā e te whānau whānui. Koe nā te wahine e tatu mai nei ki runga I tēnei atamira. We got our sister coming up on stage. E hoa mā, kia kaha, haruru ana te whare. Please give a big Tāmaki Makaurau warm welcome to our sister, Wairingiringi Toi. No mai piki mai e te tuahine.
Everyone. This is a first for me, so can you hear me? Oh, so I'm kind of shitting myself, but my stomach is like this and my heart's like this, so bear with me. So, hold up. Oh, yeah, hang on. There I am. Okay. Tuatahi me mehi ki te mana whenua, kua haere mai ki te tautoko I tēnei kaupapa, tēnei kaupapa whakahireira, tēnā koutou katoa. Tuarua me mehi ki tēnei kaupapa, a Real Talk, he kaupapa nui ki te poi ki te aki a tātou rangatahi, and he tino mihi nui tēnei ki a koe Tania. Nā I kōrero mai ki a hau ki a tū ki tēnei o I nei kaupapa, and I te tino mataku a hau ki tēnei mahi, ki te tū hei kōrero I mua I a koutou, engari nā tō tautoko me tō awhi ko tai mai au ki konei I te rānei, so we got there. And then tuatoru, just the mahi ki a koutou katoa ko tai mai. I was really scared that there was going to be like 1,000,000 people, and I'm actually glad it's a little bit more intimate, more smaller, and my nerves will go away in a second. He mahi ki a koutou hoki. Anyways, I'll introduce myself. So, ko waio, he uri tēnei no ngā puhi ki te taho toku pāpā, he uri hoki tēnei no ngā tipiki au ki te taho toku māma. Engari, I tipu aki au I konei, ki Tāmaki, ki te Tonga, so South Auckland. I've been here my whole life, born and bred, between living in Māngere and also Manurewa. Just to explain these photos real quick. That's me when I was little, that's my dad. And that's where we're from, Opunoni o Māpire, from up north. And then that is my marae on my mum's side in Rotorua. So even though I was born here in Auckland, which has a big part in my heart, you know, obviously this is kind of my home, so, but, you know, where I whakapapa to, I also feel very strongly connected to as well, even though I've always been here, you know, I'm always like that city cousin, you know, but I'll never forget where I'm from. So, yeah, born and bred here, and I went to one kura my whole life, year 1 to 13, and that's pretty special in itself, you know, to be at one kura for your whole life. You become whānau, you become lifelong friends, which I have here with me, over there in that corner. But it was a big part of my life because I went to kohanga. I was lucky enough to go through kohanga and kura, so it set up, I guess, that foundation of who I am, being a Māori wahine, going to this kura, and I'll carry that with me into my future and everything that I do. But that's a little bit of that. Whoa, I didn't realise it was going to be like that big and you'll see how... Anyways, that is my ass. So I just wanted to explain a little bit about my upbringing. My mum and dad split when I was 9. I'm 27, by the way, and so that's why I was between Māngere and Manurewa. My dad, for my whole life, has been a moko artist, so pretty much my whole life has been surrounded by our art, both on our skin, in wood, in taonga, and literally everything you can think of. And so I understand for a lot of people that moko can be a new thing for them. It's not the norm, but in my whānau and in my life, it's so normal that it's just like breathing to us, you know, seeing people with moko every day, receiving moko, and so I know that that's another thing I should feel grateful for, because I know a lot of our people don't get that opportunity as well. Anyways, this is the majority of my upbringing at my dad's whare, drawn on. We've got the pūhoro, we've got a kauai, and then we've got like fake tattoos and all. And it was just the norm, you know, we just get drawn on and everything, and we loved it. And when I was little, there's myself, I have an older brother, Heath, who's here today, and another brother, and then a younger brother, and then another brother, so all the boys. So, you know, it was kind of like, I wasn't even sure if this would be my direction to be a moko artist, you know. I was always surrounded by all these creative people who actually were like the fucking shit too. So like, I was in my mind thinking I couldn't even be like that good anyways. And I had that mindset at such a young age that all these people around me, my friends, my whānau, were these amazing, gifted, talented people. And I didn't really have that confidence as a young child already, which I think is fucking weird and toxic already. But I didn't believe in myself, and I truly did think I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I didn't have the goods, which was, yeah, that mindset that I had growing up. Even though I had the most support in the entire world, like from day dot to this very day. I've always had awesome support from people and my whānau and my friends. So it was weird that not even I could believe what they were telling me. Here's a little bit more. That's my dad's garage where he did his moko. It was full of art. It was full of dead things. It was full of whakaero, taonga, all of it. But this is pretty much us, like, every day. And as you can see, look, we got moko on all those photos. So it was just the norm for us. So just to kind of lean into, obviously, my journey with moko, as I mentioned, I never really thought I'd be good at it, so I didn't really try, but I was immersed in it. And so in 2016, my dad actually I was looking for a job. I was at the time, and my dad was like, come work for me. And I was like, I want a job that pays. So I was like, nah. But he was just like, give it a go, you know, like, if it doesn't work out, if it's not for you, like, I'll support you in whatever you want to do after. And I was like, are you sure? Is this because, you know, I was like I was finished school and everything, so I was trying to get out of the home and try, you know, live my own experiences and stuff, and that felt like I had to sort of be stuck there. Anyways, I decided to give it a go in 2016, and I was 21 at that time. And yeah, I did a few pieces all on my whānau and my friends. My first piece was on my dad. I drew it up and I kind of thought, it's not too bad. I was like, all right. But then I tattooed it and I could have cried. I was like, that shit is ugly. But besides that, I had this thought within me, which I've never, ever felt in my life, from being such a younger girl, was that I actually thought for the first time that I could be really great at something. And it was a weird feeling for me because I never felt that personally with anything in my life that I've ever done. So for me, that was kind of a sign. I was like, okay, if I feel that, maybe I should go with it, go with that gut feeling, and allow for the support that I did have growing up, especially with my dad and my brothers, to give this a good crack and finally back myself. And so I did, and I've been doing it ever since. And so this is just sort of showing you guys some of the progression shots of kind of the spaces that I've worked in. That very far one there, that black and white one, that is my first mokopapa at my marae up north, and that was just this year. So that was quite a big deal for me personally. But yeah, my dad, he's an awesome person. If you don't or do know him, his name's Gordon Toi. He comes across as like this big hearty man, which he is, but he actually is a big softie, and he has been an awesome example for me, especially in this journey of moko, to commit to the art, give it literally your all, and sometimes that takes sacrifice, which had an effect on even my own upbringing as well. But that's how much we love and appreciate and respect moko. It's more than just art on the body. It's actually so much more than that. And so we don't actually take that quite lightly. When we do this mahi, we do it for a purpose, and we do it to honour our tupuna, our loved ones, and those who have come before us, and those who may come in the future as well. So we're not mucking around with that. And I truly believe I've gotten that attitude towards moko from my dad. And this is my dad. And so this photo of me in that animal print thing was over in Amsterdam, and he took me over there when I was 6 years old for 2 months, and he was doing his mahi over there. So once again, I was seeing him moko all over the world. In 2016, actually, he had a bike accident that could have taken his life. Thank God he's still with us. And it was actually quite a difficult time for me because I just committed to doing this. So I was like, you can't leave me now. I was like, I just fucking started, you know. I need you in this time. So it was a scary and tough time for me, but he lost a little bit of his leg and he's adjusted to life, and we've all adjusted with him, and he backs me all the way, and I do the same for him too. So he's quite obviously an important figure to me in my life. And then this is my mum, and Tania got me when she started talking. In 2017, I moved to KŌRERO. I moved to Hamilton. Me and my mum moved together, and she shared with me the day that she moved in that her cancer had come back, and so that was another big transition in my life. So it was just me and her living together, and moko definitely helped me get through that. Moko, you know, is a big deal, and what I could do for myself was actually give her plan my whole weekly schedule around her appointments and all of that, her chemo, her doctor visits, whatever it was. So my appreciation and love for moko was just solidified during that time, and I guess is another reason why I would give so much, and why I do continue to give so much to moko, because it allowed me time. And she was cool as. She's actually like a big brain. Why, Mum? She had all the brains and everything. Anyways, yeah, so 2017 was my second year of moko, so, you know, I was still very early in my stages of learning, and I still am right now, but I was still backing myself. I worked as much as I could around her schedule, and that feeling of, you know, I could be really great at this never left my side, even during this this time that was a little bit challenging for me. And my mum also backed me all the way, so I was very lucky in that sense. And then 2018, December 2nd, my mum passed away. So that was massive. I don't have any direct grandparents living, so I only have my parents, and they're both only children, so it's just us. So to lose my mum was quite a big deal, and a big transition to go through, and, you know, being her only girl as well. I haven't even gone through all the life experiences that you'd like to share with your mum. I don't have any pepe. I'm not married. I am just doing life. So I've been thinking about this since listening to the KōRERO, and if any of you have any loved ones who are still living, sick or not, if you have big dreams, achieve them now so they can be there in the physical space to watch you. Because I know she's around, like spiritually, I know that. But it's awesome to have them there physically looking at you, you know? So if you have goals, aspirations, do what you can now while they're here. Because once they're gone, they're gone. And so that's my beautiful mama. And since that transition has happened, it's been a little bit of a roller coaster of a ride for me. But once again, I've fallen into moko. 2019, I worked more than I had ever worked with moko. And it was not only healing for me, but I know that that's a part that's healing for our people. and that's a big deal for me. Moko is my space where I feel the most confident, and if I could help even just one through moko, I feel like I've already made a difference, you know. So I'm very fortunate to be able to be doing this mahi with the support that I get from my whānau and my friends. Yeah, I'm going to be all right now, guys. Just had to get past her. So here's some of my mahi. I'm proud to show this too, and I'm not mad that this is on a big screen, because it's taken a while for my progression through this moko, not only like with the actual craft on skin, but my confidence as a person as well. So yeah, this is my mahi. But it's definitely been a journey. Like I said, I started in 2016, and here's an example. So this is my brother in the middle here, the skinny guy. My left, your right, that I did that in 2017. That was my first sleeve and chest piece ever. Now, don't look too close at that side. Look at the other side. And I did that last year. And it looks like that because I committed to moko, I put the time in, I worked on my craft, and it's so fucking obvious, the difference there. And not to say that it's ugly, the other side, it's just where I was at the time of my journey. I'm just at a place now where I can confidently say that that's my mahi on the right there too. And I've been able to do that once again with that support. So if you've got those good mates or good whānau, keep them around. The top left up there, or my left, is one of my long friends, sisters. I was fortunate enough to do their moko kauwai. She was my third, and her mum was somewhere in the list there now, because there's been a few. But things like that is really, really special to my heart, you know, is that I can do something like that for the people that I love the most. So, yeah, man, trust the process. That's Dad's saying with moko. Trusting the process means you trust yourself, you trust your artist that you go to, and you trust however that process may play out. You can't kind of come in and be like, oh, well, I was kind of thinking this. Is like, come in as your most authentic self and trust your artist. Honestly, the goods always come out when you do that. And I think you can just kind of translate that into your life, your journey, your mahi. With my mahi, it is a little bit of therapy for some people. So, we hear a lot of kōrero as kaita, and sometimes it can be quite hectic. On top of all your just normal life stuff, just being a daughter, being a partner, being a friend, being an auntie, all of these things pile up and everything. So since my mum's passing, I've learned a few little things that work for me, and I urge that you try and figure these out for yourself too. And all of these things I'm going to mention are free, so you can do it yourself at home. One of the biggest things, I'm naturally an emotional person, so having a tangi, after a hard day, just do it. Straight up. Just have a fat ass cry, and just let it come out. And then tell yourself, everything's going to be all good. You feel much lighter, so just fucking cry. Another thing I do is I journal a lot. Sometimes I don't want to talk to my friends. Sometimes I don't want to talk to my dad or my partner or anyone. I just want to write it out just to get it off my chest. So try that. And you can reflect back on those written words, especially when you're in a good space. Another thing I do is surround myself with the best support in the whole entire world. These are all the people in these photos. So if you've got, like I said, if you've got good ones, keep them around. And then music is another one for me. I connect quite heavily with music. I listen to the words and it resonates massively. And so, yeah, if there's music out there that you vibe with that helps you actually feel that you're moving through something or dealing with something, listen to it, blast it up loud. Once again, you'll feel much better. And if that includes a tangi, well, it's a double whammy, so you'll be sweet after that. Yeah, I think that's pretty much the gist. I wrote this whole thing out, and I wasn't sure how this was going to go, but I hope that something that I've said resonates with someone in the crowd, anyone, because, yeah, honestly, we need to get better at doing this as a people, and we need to support one another when we're doing this as well. So it's not easy, as you've seen. But yeah, thank you guys for hearing a little bit about me, and yeah, that you guys get something out of it, and then after this, go about your journey in your life with intention to make that change too. I think that will make a difference. Yeah, ngā mihi kia koutou katoa. That's me. I'm out.
Kia ora mai anō koutou katoa, tēnā pakipaki mai ki tēnei tuahine o tātou, te ringa toi roto i a tātou, ko Wairingiringi tēnei, kia ora mai e te tuahine. I loved her ending there e te whānau, because this is where it's at, ne? We need to find solutions to those times. I te wai noho tātou, I te pō tiwhatiwha, I te pō kerekere, I te pō tangotango. Nā reire te tuahine, thank you for sharing all of these beautiful solutions, all of these beautiful practical things that we can implement. I nāia tonu nei. The best one was around music. Ne? That's our universal language. You know, some of us need to listen to the sound, just to vibe on that frequency. And like how the sister said, some of us need to listen to the lyrics so that we can relate and find resonation within ourselves. So, tēnā nō koe e te tuahine, mauri ora kia koe. E te whānau whānui, we have got a little bit of a change up on our schedule, okay, e te whānau. Nā reira, I runga i tēnā, as we said before for our rangatahi services, we were going to invite you onto the stage. However, like we were saying, kei te takahaere te wā, our time is just racing, you know, time just takes no prisoners, e te whānau. So, we're going to go for a kai. Nā te mea ko hora te kai. The kai is out there ready for us to indulge in, okay? Ka puta tātou ki wahora, we're going to go out there, have a kai, okay? Te kaumāri mameniti, 15 minutes. Hoki tō tika mai ki roto I te whare nei. We're going to come back in here and get our kaupapa on. However, like we said, we got some giveaways over here e te whānau. So, the tono is possibly to a rangatahi. I'm looking at this tepu I konei. Okay, and we would like to give this prize here e te whānau to one of you rangatahi that may be able to give our karakia for the kai. Aha. Ai. There's a beautiful taonga there te whānau. $500. Oh. Rima rauta. Okay. All right. Nei mai hara mai ki konei, ki mua I a tātou, kia whakapai te kai. Paki mai mo tēnei tama, e hoa mā. Tēnei tama tā roa, bit of a tall stud here e te whānau. Tuatahi? Okay. Yep, we on? Yep. What's your name, bro?
Kia ora, ko Gali tōku ingoa, ni.
Che, bro. Okay. Kai a koe, mo tō tātou nei karakia.
Okay. E pāwhakapaingia nei kai, oranga ma mātou tina nawhunga ki a mātou wairua ki te taro, te ora kuhikarau te mātou kai whakaora, āmene.
Nene. Kia ora te hoa, and don't forget, go and collect your taonga from our sister here, Wairingiringi. Tēnā no tātou nā katoa ana, e puta ki waho, haere ki te kai. Too much, bro. Time for kai, hua ki nā ngā tātou. Turn the lights back on, brother, if you can. We're all going out for a kai. Tēnā koutou, te kaumāri mameniti to our sister, Fiddle Girl. She go and sing us she's going to sing us a waiata. Kia ora, Xiaomin, can we have some waiata, please? Music, please. Kia ora mai koutou katoa. I hope you all can hear me while you're devouring down that beautiful kai. This is your 5-minute call. This is your 5-minute call, e whakamā. So please don't choke on your kai while you're trying to take it down. Have a quick inu. Tēnā hoki tō tika mai ki roto i te whare nei. Come back into the whare. This is your 5-minute call. Kia ora mai koutou katoa. She's keen.
You got it, my love. Because we got someone else that's keen.
Oh.
She's keen?
Are you sure? She's still.
Okay. We're gonna let the sister over here because she's got feel here like him. Okay.
All right, I am.
Start the track, right? And I'll tell you when to start. You can probably hear it.
I am white though, so if I pronounce it a little bit wrong, sorry.
Hey, it's all about trying in this play. Just try. Okay? Okay. So you just gotta sing that first part, and I'll take care of you and the key change. I'm gonna come down by you because it's less awkward being on the stage. Ready?
Tia ho maira, te patua te ata, uperi te a, kai aro I te po. Stop now. Te amarema, te ana, te maira koe he tōu I ao.
Thank you very much. That is your sister. Right, I tell you what, it is not easy to sing in front of people. I still shit my own every time.
One more sis, one more sis. One more paki for our sister there, te whānau whānui. By the time our sister finishes this waiata here, we should have all returned back to our seats, e kare mā, e hine mā, okay? And I must say, you fellas are pretty onto it up here in Tāmaki Makaurau. I remember doing this karanga back in Hawke's Bay, back in the Matau. Gee, I had to do it like 20 times to get them just through the doors. So, ngā mihi nui kia koutou.
Kia ora. Okay. So, I might have mentioned before, I've been busy as, and what I've been busy as doing is I actually put out a single. And, wait, that's actually a cool thing you said too.
Yeah.
So actually one part of the Real Talk kaupapa
Kia ora mai e te tuahine. This is our Real Talk entertainer e te whānau whānui. So don't forget, follow our sister at @Fero___ on IG. And of course, get onto her latest single, Easy. One more round of applause e te whānau whānui for our sister here, te tuahine ātāhua nei, our Fero sister. All right, e te whānau, ngā mihi nui kia koutou. Thank you for using your listening skills, e karema, and coming back in here accordingly. Ngā mihi nui kia koutou. Just one little extra housekeeping kōrero, okay? I did notice that once we kind of left, there was a lot of rubbish, left, okay, e te whānau. It might be my OCD, but I'm just sort of, kicking. There are rubbish bins outside, okay, e te whānau. So during this next half, if you want to just grab a little bit of that rāpahi, pocket it, okay? Give it a bit of a pat, cruise on out, chuck it in the rubbish, okay? E te whānau. I've always got this auntie going, don't you leave your rubbish on Papa Tuanuku. Would you like me to put rubbish on your mother? Oh, hika. So anyway, that's just a little bit thing there. Please take your rubbish with you, e te whānau, okay? I would really appreciate that. All right, we're going to get back into our kaupapa, but we've got to go back to move forward. Okay, we've got to go back to move forward. So, in saying that, e te whānau, as you can see, we do have a bit of a giveaway to give away, okay? Now, to our rangatahi and pakeke out there, e te whānau, we started off our kaupapa with a bit of a PT, ne? A bit of a PT, and we did the real talk kōrero. When I say real, you say talk. Real, real. When I say real, you say people. Real. Real. Ka pai tātou. What I need actually is someone to come up and lead that for us, because we need to bring the wairua back. We need a whakamana anō tēnei kaupapa. We need a hikina te wairua kia tāngata tātou manawa. So, in saying that, who would like to come up on stage? And brother, say no more. Yes, he's proud, he's confident, he's walking on stage here. Come on, my bro, give him a big paki. Yeah, go for him. All right, tuatahi. What is your name, my bro?
Me.
Me.
Yeah, clap for me, guys. Clap for me, all right? So just like the sister said, it's a bit of near some wairua up in here, all right? All right? So I'm going to do the talk. I don't know what talk I'm doing, but what is the chant, sis? Sorry about that.
Okay, well, I'll start the chant and you lead the reel, okay?
Okay.
All right, so here we go with the beat. It's a slap, slap, clap.
When I say real, you say toe. Real. Real. When I say real, you say people. Real. Real. When I say real, you say story. Real. Real. I'm losing my breath.
Oh, mihi atu kia koe there, mihi. Nā reira e te e hoa, you have won yourself that prize up on the whakaata here. So our sister, where's our sister? Oh no, we have got, you got Tania giving it to you. Our kai whakahaere. Mihi mai kia mihi e te whānau. Oh, I've lost my clicker. It's all the way over there. That's not a good place. Nā reira e te whānau, like we were saying, e te whānau whānui, we need to go back to move forward. Yes, there we go. This is the wāhi that we were actually supposed to start with before we went out for our kai. So as we previously mentioned to all of our rangatahi services that are present today, anei tā koutou nei karanga, no mai piki mai ki tēnei atamira. Please come on to the stage. To all of our rangatahi services that are here, could we please have you come on stage? No mai piki mai kōrua. Tēnā paki mai e hoa ma haruru ana te whare I o koutou nei paki. And we will hand the rākau over to you.
Kia ora, everyone. My name is Shaq, and this is...
Kia ora, I'm Maya.
And we run Nevertheless. So Nevertheless is a Māori Pasifika mental health non-profit. And we're not a big organisation. It's just me and Maya. And our focus is Māori Pacific, but especially our takatapui. So those of our rangatahi who identify as part of the rainbow community, LGBTQIA+, MVP FAF or takatapui. And I guess, do you want to share our vision?
Our vision is to redefine the way people view and validate themselves. So there's things outside like social media, people, lots of things that kind of get into our minds as rangatahi and as people in general that may make us think that we're not loved or appreciated or important to be on this earth. So everything that we do is intentionally reversed to encourage people to look in the mirror and to have that personal journey to know that you really are loved.
Yoza.
Tēnā kōrua for nevertheless. And we also have Mi'i coming back on stage. Puki mai kia Mi'i!
Hey, malolele guys. So, just like I said before, my name is Mi'i. I'm a youth advocate from Mangere, which is the heart of South Auckland. And it is a privilege for me to come here, and I'm also bringing my youth here, my rangatahi, to be a part of this experience. So before I continue to talk about our service, I just want to say thank you to the organizers for this opportunity that you've given us, just to hear your guys' experiences and your guys' personal life stories, because same as us, in the hood, in Mangere, and actually in every community, not to be the type of stereotype person, but in every community we all have experiences that we all go through, and there are harsh realities that we all face. So I don't want to be the type of person that victimizes us, and I don't teach my boys that too. But what I do teach them through the mentoring services that I do with some other youth advocates from within South Auckland. So I run my mentoring group in Mangere. We have a brother named Israel who couldn't make it today, but he runs his mentoring group out in Mayoral, and he has one of his mentors here to represent him. Just introduce yourself, brother.
Hello, my name is Dante. Yes, I run alongside Israel Meredith, and yes, anything else?
So yeah, this is Dante, my brother Sushi over here. Put your hand up, Togo. He's a mentor in Mangere as well. He's a big ass guy, and he's got a really, really nice smile to make him approachable. But yeah, that's what we do. We mentor young males because most of our stories is that we grew up in families with father absences, okay? And so for us, what we do with our boys is that we mentor them as those father figures or as male figures, just to help them to manage their emotions, or, you know what I mean, just go through the emotions of things because they don't have that male figure to do that. And so that's how we are addressing the issue of fatherlessness in our community, because what we've realized is that this is one of the main factors of the social ills that we experience as young male in our community. So thank you so much.
Yes, so I run a Mayoral alongside Israel Meredith, and we mainly target our young men and people who are going through the justice system and the ram raids, especially in the ram raids. That's the place we're focused at right now, because like someone said earlier today, New Zealand's got a problem. We have a problem. I think that was Tania, was it? Yeah, we have a problem as a people, as a nation, and there are so many things that are just being perverted and wrong, and it's affecting our young people. It didn't start with them, but it's going to end with them, hopefully. So we just help them through anything that they're going through. Like the brother said, any dysfunction, fatherlessness. I'm only 18. I'm very young, but I've had a lot of experiences over my life that I know that I can help people with, help people overcome. So, yeah, thank yous.
Ātāhua when Ngā Rangatahi get up and have a kōrero. Ne nā reira paki mai anō mo tēnei kāhui mo ēnei tautamatane. All right, te whānau, as you can see on our screen, we got another prize to give away. Thank you to Nevertheless. Yes, kia ora mai koutou. I must say, I remember when you fellas tracked our sister Paris back in the Hawke's Bay. Thank you. As you can see, she's doing some wonderful things, starting the takatāpui wānanga. So, tēnā koutou katoa. Nā reira e whāma for all of you whānau out there. If you want to get your hands on some Nevertheless merch there and that beautiful Waiporo pāhi there, we want to know, e te whānau, if you were tuning in, name one support service Shaq mentioned that is available for rangatahi with Nevertheless. Or what resonated with you from her kōrero, from their kōrero, from nevertheless, oh, this table over here, and again, eh, what this Lily, eh? Lillian, tēnā no koe, Lillian, tēnā kōrero mai.
What resonated with me was that they are trying to make more support services, and it's really good to hear that there are organisations and people out there that wanted to, make better communities.
Tēnā koe, kei te pai, ātāhua tēnā whakautu. Kia ora mai koe. Kia ora mai e hoa. Ai, e tika ana tērā. Thank you to our sister here, our kaiwaiata here, Miss Sister at Whiro on IG. Don't forget, she has got a single out, Easy. Tēnā, tirohia e hoa mā. Okay, e te whānau, we're going to get back into our kaupapa kōrero, into our kai kōrero. I'll just get back to my run sheet. There we go. Oh. And then we click along, e te whānau. Oh, we already gave that away. Tēnā koe, te kaiwaiata in the back there. That's our whiro number 2 over there. Tēnā koe, kia ora. Oh, now as you can see on the screen here, this is a really good lot of information. So to all of you whānau out there, if you want to, put your phones up now. Ka pohia, whakāhuangia. This is the time to capture all of these services here that may be able to help. If not you, a whānau member, a friend, a sister down the road, an auntie down the road. These are just some of them within our communities operating for your service at te whānau. All right, ka pai, we good? Kua whakāhuangia, we good? Aye, thumbs up. Mauri ora. Oh, and we gave that away too. Oh, I think we're doing good at te whānau. Who's this sister? Pero, ai rā, e te whānau. Oh, we got another one. How about we just go straight into the kai kōrero, eh? I think we might just do that instead. Oh, and another one. Okay. Ooh. Oh, we're taukuri e. Ko wai tēnei tangata. Well, e te whānau, as you do. Once again, sister was on the old rangahau buzz again. And I actually listened to a lot of his kōrero on his website. Light Warriors. Ooh, I love that. Light Warriors e te whānau. So, he's got an app. Download it, Light Warriors, okay, in your Play Store at te whānau. I won't give too much kōrero because hopefully he may talk to it, but Light Warriors was something that I was extremely invested in because sometimes on our journey, we forget that it's a bit muki, it becomes a bit lonely. You know, sometimes we just need that little bit of extra support from someone to say, yes, you're on the right track, e hoa, haere tone, bit of motivational kōrero. Or sometimes you might just need someone to just remind you why you're doing this. Light Warriors is a pathway or something that's at the touch of your fingertips for you. Nā reira, without further ado, I will hand the rākau over to none other, the creator, the founder, the director of the Light Warriors, whānau whānui. Big round of applause e hoa mā for, of course, Jesse Wynyard.
All right. Check. What's up, fam? How we doing today? Kia ora, kia ora. Thank you for having me. First and foremost, before I get started, just want to say a huge thank you for the team at Real Talk for having me here, and if everyone could give them a huge round of applause for putting this on and consistently doing this, because it's needed. As we can hear, as we've heard tonight from all the stories so far, you know, this work, this kōrero is needed, and it's needed now more than ever. So yeah, thank you for having me. It's an honor to be on the stage and to share my story and to speak today. And for those of you that don't know me, my name is Jesse Wynyard. You may also know me as Young Aeon, which is my hip-hop artist name. I'm also a musician. I'm a coach. I'm an artist. I'm a creator. And I'm the founder or co-founder alongside my beautiful partner, Sakula, who's there. Say hi to Sakula. Hi, Sakula. We're the co-founders of Light Warrior, and our mission is to help people embody their greatness, because I believe that within every single person is greatness, the potential to do something great with our lives. I think we all have a destiny. Sounds kind of cheesy, I know, but I do believe that we're here for a reason and that we've got something to do in this world. And there's a lot of problems in this world, and that's why we're here. So I wanted to start today off. I actually, you know, sometimes I script these talks, sometimes I freestyle them, but I actually was in bed last night and I was like, what am I going to really be talking about today? And I wanted to start today off with some questions. Because I think asking powerful questions is the gateway which leads to the biggest breakthroughs. And sometimes the biggest breakthroughs that we experience in our life can lead to the greatest transformation. So I want you to close down your eyes. I'm gonna share something with you guys. Is it possible to turn our pain into purpose? Is it possible that perhaps all of our blessings in life are disguised as curses? Or as human beings, are we destined to live a life of pain and suffering, falling in and out of cycles of self-sabotage, hiding and running from the truth, running from ourselves, running from the things that keep us up at night? Is it possible to go within ourselves to find strength, courage, and might? Is it possible to rise above the pain like a warrior and fight? Is it possible that even though sometimes we can make many wrong choices in our life, that we can still choose to make things right? Even though sometimes we may walk through the valley of darkness, is it possible that we can still find the light? But what is light but the absence of darkness? Or is it darkness which is the absence of light? Perhaps light and dark are two sides of the same coin, two halves to the same whole. So does that make one or the other wrong or right? And if that theory is true, then what is death without life? What is life without death? Are we dying to live or living to die? Are we able to attain peace with the end of our lives in sight? After 29 years of being on this planet that we call Earth, these are the questions that keep me up at night. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Jesse toku ingoa. I'm half Māori and I'm half white. Thank you for having me here. So I'm the creator and the co-founder of a company called Light Warrior. Like I said before, we help people embody their greatness. We help people find their potential. And a part of that journey to finding our potential in life, or finding our greatness, finding our purpose in life, and my belief is that we have to go through some shit to get there. Now, I'm extremely grateful, number one, to be speaking on the stage, sharing my story with you guys. But I'm extremely grateful to have my family here, my son, Orlando, he's 9, say hi to Orlando, my beautiful partner, Sakula. And I'm grateful for our life. I get the opportunity to travel around the world, speak on stages, perform music, help people. You know, I'm really, really grateful. And at the age of 29, you know, I'm really living my dream life. But in order for me to get to this moment now, I had to go through a lot of darkness. And I'm going to share my story with you today because I believe that throughout my story, just like the other amazing speakers that have been sharing their story today, we carry gems within our story that we can pass on to others to hopefully create those same sort of breakthroughs that can create transformation in your life as well. So for me, like I said, I'm half Māori, half Pākehā. And for me, that's always been a massive challenge for me. Even today, and if we're talking real talk right now, I was sitting in that seat and I was like, damn, I'm actually nervous. And the reason why I was nervous, I don't normally get nervous before these types of speeches, but the reason why I was nervous and why this is such a big deal for me is because I've always felt disconnected from my indigenous side. I've always felt conflict within myself because of what's in my DNA. Half brown, half white. It's interesting. I grew up in West Auckland. Anyone from West Auckland here? Not some people. Not too many people. Okay. I grew up in West Auckland. Went to a school called Carlton Boys High School. All boys high school. Raised in the hood. Shout out to my homies from out south. And it was interesting because I was like the white kid at Carlton because it was predominantly Polynesians and Māoris. And then when I was a little bit older, I moved to the North Shore, and then all of a sudden I was the brown kid. I was the brown kid, I was the white kid, and I had this conflict. But the real reason why I had this conflict within myself was because I was born into a world of trauma. I was born into a world of domestic violence. I share a lot of similarities to Tanya's childhood, because I was raised in a very similar household. My father was a very violent man, and the only real memories that I had from a young age was him beating my mother. And being on the receiving end of those beatings myself, ages 3, 4, and 5. In fact, for the first 7 years of my life, me and my mum, we were on the run from my father. He was literally chasing us. I spent the first 7 years of my life in and out of women's refuge homes. And those were my memories from those first 7 years of my life. Now, in psychology, the first 7 years of our life mold our personality. So my personality, my identity was created in those first 7 years, and all there was trauma. Now, there was a lot of positive things as well, but that's all I remembered. Now, unfortunately, my father, he left. Him and my mum were in this kind of toxic relationship where they'll get back together, they'll fight, there'll be massive brawls and all sorts of things, and then he'll leave, and then he'll come back, and it'll just this toxic cycle. But then one day he left, and I never saw him again until later on in my life. And when he left, I felt like I was to blame. I felt like I was the reason why he left. I had what we call abandonment issues, which dramatically affected my relationships in the future as well. And when he left, my mum had to take on board the responsibility of both the mother and the father, the masculine and the feminine role model. And that's why I love what you guys are doing, because it's needed. There's a lot of men that don't have that masculine role model to be able to teach them what it means to be a man. So I grew up and I had this like disconnection. My dad was my Māori side of my family. My mum was the Pākehā side. So I wasn't raised with any positive connection to my Māori side, to my indigenous side, which is why I felt disconnected. It's why I felt like I lacked identity. I didn't know who I was. Now, as I grew older, I started to develop these mental health issues. I started to become depressed, sad all the time, because my mum was working 3, 4 jobs, trying to make ends meet, trying to put food on the table. I felt like it was my fault that my father left. All the memories that I had was just of him beating my mother and me blaming myself for not being able to stop it. Because I didn't have the power, I didn't have the courage, I didn't have the strength to be able to do anything about it. I felt helpless, but I blamed myself. Now, even though those first 7 years of my life there was a lot of trauma, it got worse. When I was 8 years of age, I was sexually abused. And I was molested from a kid that was older than me. And not only was I sexually abused, but I was blamed for it. My mother was told about it, and she blamed me for it. So then I had this disconnect with my mother. She would get angry at me, and she would shame me. And I was raised in the Christian religion, so I had a lot of judgment placed upon me for what I had apparently done, which wasn't actually the case. False narrative. What this did was it created a psychological complex of guilt, shame, and anger. Guilt, because I felt like I was responsible for all of these things that had happened in my short time on this planet. Shame, because I was judged for something that I didn't do. And anger, because I was angry at every single person around me. My mother, my father, my family, everyone. I had this rage building inside of me. And the only masculine influence that I had on myself, or the only memory of masculinity that I had within my subconscious mind, was violence. It was anger. So as I grew older, became a teenager, a young man, I went to high school, I started, this demon inside of me was growing. It was festering, it was building. I call it the shadow self, because all I knew how to do was push it down. I suppressed it because I didn't know how to talk about it. And there was no one to talk to about it, right? So I went to school, tried to fit in, didn't really know who I was, felt disconnected to all these different parts of myself, carrying all of this trauma. And I was just trying to find my way in the world. As I grew older, I started to develop more mental health problems. The depression got worse. The anxiety got worse. The anger got worse. The only way I knew how to deal with these emotions and deal with these mental health problems was drugs. So I turned to drugs. I turned to drinking, marijuana, ecstasy, cocaine, and more stuff. You name it, I've tried it. And these were the things that I used to try and numb the pain. These were the things that I used to try and become someone else, temporarily, to get that little quick fix, that quick high. And eventually what happened over time is this, the combination of the substance abuse with the suppressed emotions and trauma that I was carrying within my subconscious mind, within my body, what it did was it turned into this concoction of just darkness within myself. One day, I was about 16 years of age. I decided, sorry, I'll go back a little bit. When I was 16 years of age, I chose to drop out of high school. And the reason why I chose to drop out of high school is because I didn't like school. I was getting bullied. I was getting into fights. I just hated it. And I had a girlfriend at the time. Obviously, I didn't have the best examples growing up as when it came to relationships. So that was a little bit rocky. But I had all these issues, and I dropped out of high school. And the reason why I dropped out of high school was not just because I didn't like school, but it was because I wanted to be able to make money to help my mom. Because she was working like 2-3 jobs. I wanted to be able to contribute in some way. I couldn't see myself going to university. It wasn't really what I was wanting to do. So I dropped out of high school. I tried these different jobs, became a painter. It was great, made some money, didn't like it, left. Worked as a door-to-door salesman. That was pretty shit, left that. I was doing all these different things, trying to find something, trying to find some type of purpose, I guess. But it just kept building up and building up and building up until one day, I was 16 years of age, turning 16, 17, and I was having an argument with my girlfriend at the time on the phone. I was arguing, she was going off at me for something, I can't remember exactly what it was about. And then my mom comes into the room and she starts going off at me for something. And I'm just like taking all of this energy from all these different directions. And then in this moment, boom, there was a switch that went off in my mind. And I saw red. Literally saw red. There's that phrase that you hear people say, but I literally saw red. And I went crazy. I went ballistic. I destroyed my home. I threw a chair through the window. I punched holes in walls. I kicked things over. I punched a hole through a glass window, And you may not be able to see it, but I've still got the scar to show you. There's a scar on my wrist because I punched a hole through this window. When I pulled it out, there was a piece of glass that got cut in my wrist, and it was just splurting blood everywhere. There was blood all over my face, and it was probably one of the lowest moments of my life. My mum was on the road. People were like, what the heck's going on? She calls the cops. I hear sirens. I run. I run away. I pack my bags, bleeding wrist. I run. I didn't go back home for a year. And during that year, my mum put a restraining order against me because I reminded her of my father, because I was carrying on that toxic cycle. I took on board that generational curse or toxic thing, and I took it on board and I was embodying it. And during that year, it was one of the lowest years of my life. The drug abuse went way worse than it already was. I started hanging around with the wrong people. I started selling drugs. I started dealing drugs. I lived in a trap house. For those of you that don't know, it's basically a drug house where people come and go selling drugs and doing all that kind of stuff. And I lived this lifestyle for almost a year. I was only 17. I was hanging around with, guys in their early, mid-20s, getting involved in illegal activity, getting into fights, ending up in hospital, losing teeth, black eyes, all these different things. Really toxic lifestyle. And then one day, when I was sitting in this, in the living room of some of the guys I was living with, what happened was there was a knock on the door. And someone opened the door, and there's these two men at the door, big guys, stocky dudes. They were looking for someone that I was affiliated with. And this guy that they're looking for owed them money, a lot of money, like a lot of money. And they said that they had the house surrounded. I looked outside, there was about 6 black-on-black Range Rovers outside of our house. And they were full with people. And they said if we don't bring the guy out or the money in 5 minutes, they're going to raid the house. I was 17 years old. I was also really stoned at the time, so I was freaking out, as you can imagine. And I was like, holy shit. Holy shit. I was blessed that someone that I was with in that circle was able to diffuse the situation. The guy wasn't there. They ended up leaving. But I was shook. I was shook because I realized that my life was going to either end up in jail or I'm going to end up dead. Or else I'm just going to keep ending up in hospital and fights or whatever the case may be. So up until that moment, I had a mentality called the victim mentality. And the victim mentality is basically when you blame everyone and anyone external for your circumstances. So for me, I was blaming my mom. I was blaming my girlfriend at the time. I was blaming my dad for leaving me. I was blaming the education system. I was blaming the government because they weren't doing what they're supposed to do. I was blaming God because God put me into the situation. I was blaming everyone but myself. But in that moment when there was that situation happened, I realized that the only one that was ever going to change, the only way that anything's going to change in my life was it's going to be down to me. I'm going to have to take ownership. I'm going to have to take responsibility for the circumstances that I created for myself. And even though they were pretty shitty circumstances, I created them. Now, maybe you've been through something in your life and you can connect with that story. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's like some type of weird movie that you've never seen before. Regardless of whether you relate or not, the message and the lesson in that is that oftentimes we are the ones that create the circumstances that we're in. Not all the time. I'm not going to say that happens all the time because sometimes things happen and it's out of our control. But a lot of the times we do put ourselves into situations, and for me, I had to learn that in that moment. So I had a breakthrough moment. I realized I need to make a change. I need to do something different because this isn't working for me. So I decided to ask for forgiveness. I went back home to my mom. I said, I'm sorry. It was my fault. I take responsibility of this. I want to make a change. I want to do something different. She took me back. Restraining order got cut. I turned my life around. I started reading books. I started learning about things. I started learning about how to create a better life for myself and my mom. Because that was the original reason why I dropped out of high school in the first place. I wanted to make a change. I want to make a difference. And I learned about this thing called manifestation, which is when basically you kind of consciously create your reality. You write down like what you want to create in your life, and you work towards it, right? Started reading books about manifestation, practicing it every day. Started doing it, and then my life changed. I went back home. I remember it was a New Year's resolution, and 3 months after I made that New Year's resolution, my life completely changed. I found what I would consider a purpose. I found a career path. I joined a course. I became a personal trainer. I was about 18 at the time. Became a personal trainer, got my qualifications. Like I said, I was reading books, doing all these different things, just trying to better myself. And one of the things I was trying to manifest, because I was like a 17-year-old kid from the hood. Like, I didn't know what I wanted in my life. I just wanted to make money and travel. That's all I wanted. I wanted to get out of Kelston, and I wanted to travel around the world and make some money doing so. It happened. I got a job opportunity to work as a trainer, traveling around the world on a cruise ship. I got the job. Before you know it, I was on a plane heading to Rome, and I traveled to over 24 different countries in the space of a year as a coach, speaking on stages like this. Crazy, right? 3 months. So the reason why I'm sharing that part of my story, and there's more to the story that I'm going to get to in a second, but the reason why I'm sharing that part of the story is because sometimes, and I know this sounds kind of cheesy, but sometimes our dream life, or sometimes the thing that we're looking for, or the thing that we're wanting to create, or the thing that we're wanting to manifest into our life, sometimes it's only a few choices away. And sometimes we're the ones that hold ourselves back from making those choices. But if we can make those choices, if we can just align ourselves to what it is that we want to create, we can create it. Now, that was a pivotal moment for me. I traveled around the world. I got a lot of different experience. It was amazing. Now, during that time, or the few years following that, 19, I started traveling around the world. When I came back home, one of the biggest blessings happened in my life. I had a son, my boy Orlando. I was 19 at the time. I had a son. It was one of the biggest blessings, unexpected blessings, but it was one of the biggest blessings in my life. I was still a kid at the time. And the reason why it was one of the biggest blessings for me is because it gave me an opportunity to realize that it wasn't just about me anymore. I've got another life that I have to take responsibility for. I've got a little mini me that I got to take responsibility for. I got to be a role model, right? And that made me relook at life in a whole different way. It made me mature really, quite quickly, because I was only a kid myself. So I moved back home to New Zealand, and I was trying to make things work with his mom, and unfortunately it just didn't really work out with her. It was we had a lot of history. It was not the healthiest relationship at the time. And what happened was we ended up going through a breakup. And it was one of the hardest things that I had to go through. And what made this part of my life really, really challenging was not only was I going through a breakup with his mom, I was moving away from him for a while, which was really difficult because I felt like in my mind I was repeating what my father had done. You can see that cycle repeating itself again. And not only that, this was on my 21st birthday. I remember my 21st birthday, I found out that my mom had cancer. So I was going through a breakup. I was a young father trying to build a business at the time, young entrepreneur just trying to make ends meet, trying to figure things out, trying to learn business and marketing and sales and like all these kind of different things, trying to provide an income for my little family. My mom got cancer. They gave her 2 years, brain tumor. They couldn't fix it. There was nothing they could do. During those 2 years, I know the first story was kind of hard. The first 2 years, those 2 years of when my mum was sick, hardest time of my life. I don't know if anyone's experienced this before. Maybe some of you have. But when you watch someone that you value so much, you love so much, deteriorate mentally and physically over time to the point where they don't even remember you. They don't even recognize you when they walk in the door. They can't even speak to you. They can't even see you. It broke my heart. And it was one of the most challenging things I had to go through because I witnessed the person that I love, my spiritual mentor, die slowly over time. Not only that, I was going through this breakup. I had all these insecurities. I still had all this trauma from when I was a kid. It was a bit of fuckery, to be honest, going on inside of myself. I'm very grateful. During that time, I met my beautiful partner, Sakula, who I'm still with today. She was like the angel that God sent me throughout that time because she helped me. She helped me. She helped me stay grounded. She helped me keep going, even when I wanted to give up. 2 years later, I watched my mum take her final breath. So in the space of 3 years, I witnessed the birth of new life and the death of the old life. All in the space of 2 years. During that period of time, all of that anger that I had from when I was younger, it came back. And it was directed towards myself. The reason why I was directed towards myself is because when my mum passed away, I looked at the first 21 years of my life. I looked at all the things that I had done wrong. I looked at all the mistakes that I had made. And I blamed myself for her cancer. I thought that I was the reason why she had this brain tumor. Now, when she passed away, it led me down probably one of the, I know it keeps getting darker. It gets better, by the way. It gets better, but it got a little bit darker for a little bit. Because I was blaming myself, what happened was I started to really, that anger that I had started to really get channeled towards myself. That's when I started to have suicidal thoughts. I started to have suicidal tendencies, and I even tried to commit suicide twice. Both failed attempts. Now, the reason why I'm sharing this is because up until that moment of my life, there was a lot of breakdowns. There was a lot of low points. There was also good parts as well, don't get me wrong, but I'm just highlighting the negative points to relay the message that I'm trying to share with you today. Something that one of my mentors shared with me, which is one of the most important things that I keep in my heart to this day, is the breakdown leads to the breakthrough. I had to go through a lot of breakdowns before I could get to the breakthrough. And the breakthrough for me, after my mum passed away, while I was processing all this anger, tried to commit suicide multiple times, didn't work. I was in this very vulnerable and state where I was hurting a lot. I didn't know where to get the help that I needed. I didn't want to go to doctors because I was afraid that they were just going to put me on medications and try and just suppress all what I was going through. I didn't trust anyone. What happened to me next was one of the most life-changing things that happened in my life. One day, during this period of time of deep healing for me, I sat down into a meditation. I closed down my eyes, and I prayed. And when I prayed, I asked, what is it that I'm supposed to be learning here? Why is it that I have to go through all of these things? Like, it's not fair. Like, why do I have to go through this stuff? What's the purpose behind all of this pain? And then something magical happened. I had a vision. Some of you may resonate with this, some of you may not. This is my experience. I had a vision. When I had this vision, I felt the presence of my mother enter into the space. She communicated with me. And she showed me a vision. And the vision that she showed me was a vision of this beautiful tree. It was a beautiful tree. It was like the tree of life. It was expanded tree, blue skies, green, blue, red, purple leaves. It was a beautiful tree. There was birds flying around. There was fruit off the tree. It was an amazing view. And she said, look, Jesse, look at the beauty of life. And then in a moment, boom, there was a thunderbolt and the tree burst into flames. And then after the tree burst into flames, it died. Everything fell off the tree. All the leaves fell to the ground. It was dead. I felt this like sadness. I was like, what is this? Why are you showing me this tree getting blown up? And she spoke to me. She said, this is the cycle of life. There is death. There is life. There is rebirth. This is the cycle, just like nature. Trees fall and they grow again. And in that moment when my mother, the spirit of my mother showed me this, I was able to let go of the pain. I was able to let go of the hurt. I was able to let go of the guilt. I was able to forgive myself because I realized that this is part of life and we're all going to go one day. It gave me something called mortality motivation. Some of you guys may have experienced this before. When you realize that life's short and you've got limited time here, so we start asking ourselves the question, what are we going to do in the time that we have left? It started making me rethink everything that I was doing. Now, there's one part of this vision that I want to share before I close this off today. After the tree burst into flames and it died, it grew back again. And it grew back bigger and even more beautiful. And as the tree grew bigger, the roots in the ground grew deeper. And as the roots in the ground grew deeper, I saw images across all of the roots of my family line, my lineage, going all the way back to the first people that arrived in this country. And through the family line and these roots, as I witnessed the roots growing down, I could see there was this energy, this like red energy, that red color that I experienced in my anger. I saw this red energy that was kind of going through the lineage. What that represented to me was the anger and the rage and the trauma that was passed down through the lineage. It was passed down through the generations. I saw it from some of my earliest ancestors, some of my earliest tipuna. I saw it passed down unconsciously. They didn't even realize it. Father to son, father to son, father to son, until it ended up with my father and me. I saw that same rage that I witnessed when I was a child within me. And what I realized in that moment, when that red energy stopped at me, then I saw the face of my son. I saw the face of my son. And when I saw the face of my son, I realized in this moment that I was the one that was going to cut the chains. I was the one that was going to break those chains, that was going to make a change, make a difference, and do the healing required so that I wasn't going to pass that on to my son, so that he could pass on that cycle. And in that moment, I realized, and then after I saw the face of my son, I saw the face of my father. When my father came in, I didn't have this anger or this rage that I normally had my entire life. What I had was compassion. I had understanding, because I realized that even though he had done some really bad things, it wasn't his fault. It was just passed on to him, just like he passed it on to me. And I had to develop a compassion for him, which led to forgiveness. I had to be able to forgive him. I had to be able to say to him within my heart and my soul, I had to be able to say, thank you, Father, for the lessons that you provided me. Even though you weren't there to teach me how to become a man, you indirectly did, because here I am today, forgiving you. Now, the reason why I'm so passionate about sharing this story with you guys today, and the reason why I openly speak about this, is one of the main reasons why we're all here today. It's because we need it. Just like the boys that are doing the work out south and around Auckland, we need it. And the reason why I know that we need it so much is because as someone from the streets, as someone from the hood, I witness the negative repercussions and the negative effects of the unhealed traumas in our society today. I witness it every day. I'm working with people every single day. And not only do I witness it within people every single day, over the last 2 years, I've had 3 people in my life die. 1 was suicide, 2 were murders. I had a really good friend of mine who goes by the name of Whāwake, and I grew up with him and his brothers, John and James. We grew up out west together. Last year, he was murdered. He was murdered. He was jumped by a gang of dudes in the city. He was coward punched from behind. He got knocked out. He was in a hospital for like a week. And the doctors were doing everything they could to save him. He passed away. He had a daughter. He had a family. He was a good person. Right? And the reason why I'm bringing this story up is because this is, I don't know the people, I don't know the murderers, I don't know who they were, but I know that hurt people hurt people. Because I was one of those hurt people that hurt people. I used to hurt people. I used to fight people. I used to do that same sort of stupid stuff in the city. And I realized that, I don't know exactly who these people are, but something would have happened in their life to help them become that person. So that's why I'm here today to share this story with you. To remind you that you're here for a reason. And the pain that we go through in our life, the suffering that we go through in our life, even though it can be hard, it can be challenging, there's wisdom in those experiences that will ultimately help us help other people as well. Now, and one final thing before I close up today, is not only does the pain that we experience lead to our purpose, but I believe if you're here in this room and if you've gone through similar experiences, you've had to deal with maybe similar things in your life, traumas, stuff like that, perhaps you're the one that's here to break those generational cycles as well. Perhaps you're the new leader of your lineage. And if you think forward 100 years, your descendants are going to talk about you as the ancestors of 2022. So think about what kind of ancestor do you want to be for your descendants? And how can you start showing up as that person today? Before I close off, I want to share with you how are we doing for time? Am I going over time? Am we good? Oh, I can't do a song? Okay, that's fine. That's cool. So, thank you for having me today, fam. I really appreciate you holding the space today and being here. And whatever it is that you take away from this night, whatever it is that you take away from today, sit with it, integrate it. Think about what you've learned today, how can you apply that into your life moving forward? And I wish you all the love and success and happiness for yourself and your family. Thank you.
Tēnā no koutou katoa, kia kaha paki mai anō, mō tō tātou nei tungāne. This is Jessie. Kia ora mai koutou. Right, he has gifted us with a Light Warrior giveaway as well. So if we could karanga atu ki tā tātou tuahine. Nā reira e whakamā, with all that kōrero, he gave us so many mata, so many faces of his experiences, his life experience with beautiful outcomes. Nā reira e whakamā, to someone in the crowd who would like to win themselves a Light Warrior. Is it? It's not up there. That's all right. Tēnā koe te tuahine. But you will have to go and see our bro at the end of it, ne, ka pai. Who would like to share some kōrero that resonated with you around, tēnā koe, this tepu over here. Kia ka paki mai mo tēnei tepu I konei. This is, wēnei tangata wa tātou nei tangata tino, important nei, nā reira, e te tuahine. Please share with us, tuatahi, your name.
Marita.
Tēnā koe te tuahine. Please share with us a kōrero that resonated with you with Jesse's kōrero there.
What I gathered and would love to share is that although you may experience hardship and suffering, that you must have courage, the willingness for the change, and you must take heart. And ultimately recognizing that change isn't a destination, but it is a direction. But it's up to you whether you're courageous enough, willing enough to take heart for the better. So, yeah, and simply not focusing on the temporary things, you know, that instant satisfaction that you'll receive, but rather what is eternal. So, yeah, I would share that. Yeah, thank you.
Was that a good whakautu there? Hua tino pai, tino ātāhua, tēnā koe, tēnā no koutou. Beautiful, kia ora. Nā reira, e hoa mā. Our next wahine here, I tell you what, e te whānau. First time meeting this wahine, vibed, because she's from Wairoa. What? Nah, she's not just from Wairoa, e te whānau, otira. Ko tēnei wahine, we've seen her on social media with all of her mahi roto I te ngāhere, but she also has another side as well. And she's a helper. He wahine arahi. He wahine arataki. She is someone who leads and guides our rangatahi to exactly where this brother was talking, to a positive change in their life. Where our previous KAIKŌRERO were talking. She's someone that our rangatahi, daily, hourly, by the minute, by the second, contact her because she's a real person with a real story and talks real talk. Nā reira, e te whānau whānui, paki mai, mo tā tātou nei tuahine, Miss Pania Te Paiho. Yes, my sis.
Kia ora whānau. So, okay, hold on. Yep. This way? That way? Hey. Kia ora whānau, my name is Pania Te Paiho. I'm the founder of Waikato hunting, but before all of that, people think I grew up in the bush. Wrong. I grew up in the hood, in Porirua, actually. And, well, to be honest, I had a pretty shit childhood. My dad killed himself when I was in third form. My mum threw me out. She's pretty fucking useless, but whatever. It is what it is. Oh, yeah, by the way, this is real talk. Where those kaumātua gone? Okay, well, too late now. Already started. Anyways, and I got thrown out on the street. And I was hurt, I was grieving, I was angry, I was fighting, I was stealing, I was doing every fucking thing that a normal kid that's had a fucked up life did. I was trying to work through my grief, I was trying to work through all of that, except I didn't fucking know how to. So it came out as anger. It came out as sadness. Because, you know, what I learned now is that anger is just a secondary emotion. It's really sadness. And if you haven't learned to process sadness, which I didn't at this age, because I didn't have anyone to talk me through that journey, it was coming out as me fucking just acting like a dickhead. Anyway, I was very lucky to be whāngai by my auntie and uncle a bit later on. So shout out Ngāti Porou. They listened to me and they gave me a space where I could kōrero and they believed me. Anything I had been through, it was a safe space where they believed me. They taught me that if you just shut the fuck up and listen to them, listen to you fellas, listen to you rangatahi, you're going to tell us what the problem is. Instead of it being how it should be, we're listening to how it actually is. Because I was this young kid full of fucking grief, full of fucking anger, I ended up in a fucked up relationship. Now, he can't take all the blame because I was just as fucked up. He grew up in a real, you know, pretty abusive household, and so did I. So we're just a couple of kids trying to heal each other. And what a couple of kids trying to heal each other do? Have a baby. Yeah, well done. Oh, yeah, well, we were shit parents, to be fair. We were dealers, we were just dicks, bro, because we were just unhealed. We were fucking unhealed. And so majority of the time, his mum would watch our daughter, you know, she raised it. So we were like, oh my God, we should have another baby. Why not? Didn't really work out the first time, but, you know, second time around, eh? So we did that. But this is where it kind of game changed for me. When I had my son, I died for 1 minute and 26 seconds. When I came back, I had to sit in that fucking, where was the hospital? And I had to think, that's your fucking life, gee. It's fucking scumbaggery. Fucking scumbaggery like I'm a fucking pirate. Scumbaggery, fucking drug dealer, fucking dickhead. You have served no good in this world. You have just let your trauma overrun you, and you haven't even started on your purpose, and that would have fucking been you. Get it together. This is your second chance to come back and make sure your tupuna are fucking proud of you for once. So I ended up leaving him, and I ended up meeting another fella. He taught me how to hunt. So I would watch him go out into the bush, and I would see all the healing. I'd see our freezers full. I saw the reconnection, because what it was for me is urbanization had taken its toll on me. That and the trauma mixed together. I was disconnected from everything. Everything. But he taught me how to hunt. He taught me and reconnected me into that. Oh, there was a bit in between that. I'm sorry, funny. So I left my ex. And then I ended up as a single mother on the benefit. Going in there asking for handouts. We all know that's fucking the most modi munching place you could ever be. And then through my other partner, I learned how to hunt. I learned to mai rangatiratanga. I learned my mana motohake. I learned I could feed my kids, and I actually had my mana the whole time. I just didn't know about it. And then I went into WINS, it was like a full circle moment. I went into WINS with my cousin, and I was her advocate. And I looked around, and all I saw was Wāhine Māori sitting in there asking for a handout in our own land. And the only difference between me and them now is that someone had awoken my rangatiratanga, had given me the gift of mane motohake, that I had the knowledge now to go up into the bush and fill. It's just a pātaka. The ocean's just a pātaka. Marakai, pātaka. And I was like, man, I've got to do something about this, because none of us want to fucking be there in the first place. What made it worse is that her mate came up. She had her kid with her, and she looked like she was just about to cry. And she was like, asked for a food grant. They said no. So not only did she get her fucking mana stomped on, she still couldn't feed her kids. That's when I was like, fuck, I've got to do something about this. So I started Wairingiringi Toi hunting. I'm not the best hunter whānau, I'm not going to lie. It's a bit World War III if I'm shooting a deer. It's like doof, 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 doof. But anyway, moving on. Technicality. So I made a video and I was like, fuck, I wonder if there is actually any want or need for our people to get back to the whenua. Oh my God, is there a want or need? Fucking hell. So my waiting list now is at 4,000 plus. I don't charge for our lessons because I don't want our people's money. How can I take our people's money if the same people can't even feed their kids? So that's been running for about, I think, like 5 years. But at the moment, I'm on hiatus, cousins, because I broke my back in a car crash. That's why I was moving like a crackhead over there. If you could see me, I was like, I'm a cripple, not a crackhead, all right? Geez, save your judgments. But really, in the scheme of things, I told you it's real talk, gee. In the scheme of things, that actually was a good thing. You're probably like, how the fuck is that a good thing? Remind me to tell you later, because I'll probably fucking forget. Anyway, so about 4 years ago, with the blowing up of Wāhine Toi hunting on social media, it became an open door, you know, when kids watch your videos and they just feel like they know you. They felt like they're connecting with me. On top of that, I've always been their auntie to the kids. I think it's just because I'm really immature, whatever. But they'd always come to me. But what was happening is the dark side was coming through. They didn't have anybody to talk to. They didn't have anybody to relate to. They didn't have anybody to help them. And then my nephew took his life. And I saw how it affected my daughter. And all these kids around me, in my inbox, where I lived, were coming to me, asking me for help. I couldn't get them fucking help. They weren't asking anybody else. They were fucking asking me. And that's when I realized we got a fucking problem. I can't get them over in Levin because they live in fucking Otaki. I can't get them here because the waiting list is 6 fucking months. When these kids come to me, they've got like fucking, sometimes a day. I was like, fuck, I have to do something about this shit, and I need to do it fucking yesterday. So I asked my sister, who knows Nicola Adams? Shout out Nix, she's on. And my brother Ko East. So I needed some solid pose, because I knew that this kaupapa was going to fucking just smack the shit out of me, and it did. I needed to take their voices to Parliament, so they could see where the lack was and hear the stories that I would hear. Because the kids would tell me it's like screaming in a brick wall and no one's fucking listening. Well, I'll take you to the fucking steps of Parliament. You can fucking tell them what you're trying to tell me while no one's listening. So I'm fucking listening. Nix is listening. The people with the power and the money, they can listen. I didn't have a plan. I just knew that I had to get them there and let them fucking talk and hear what I was hearing every day. Over 10,000 people RSVP for this hikoi. That's how hearty and heavy. It's not that it's a cool thing. It's a fucking dark taniwha. And it touches so much of our fucking people. I made it on a school day, and I made sure it was so they could see our kids in their uniforms as we marched. These are our babies. That's my daughter, by the way. Like I said, I didn't have a plan. Just got there. And I was like, fuck, you know what? This is a heavy-ass kaupapa. What if we fucking get there and none of these kids can talk about their mamais? It's even hard for me. How wrong was I? Kid after kid after kid after kid got up and talked about their brothers, their sisters, their mums, themselves, everybody. There was a kid who was 14 at the time of the march who never got any help. From when she was 10 years old, and she saw her best friend jump in front of a train and killed herself, and she never got any help because there wasn't any funding, and she couldn't fucking get anywhere. Because of this hikoi, government went on to fund the lower half island for young men, for mental health, and then they went on to the mental health fund. You know, they did that. Now, when I said it was a good thing that I broke my back, which sounds a bit, what the fuck? It's because in the time that I did it, until now, there has been an exponential spike in the number of children who message me. It's every fucking night. A new kid, every night. I'm just going to read you one of the things that I get. And I'm going to read you this so we can really fucking feel what it feels like to be our rangatahi. I'm nervous to write to you, but thank you for talking how it is for us rangatahi. They never listen. Everything is our problem. My sister hung herself on my shed, and they blamed her. They blamed her auntie. They blamed her. I hate it. I hate all of it. They said she couldn't have a tangi because of it. Fuck them. Fuck them all. They buried her upside down. I don't know why I'm telling you this, but maybe it's because I know you're one of the only ones that listen to us. Fuck these adults around here. Fuck them and fuck them all. We love you, auntie, and I know you're not my auntie, but sorry, okay, sorry. This is the kōrero I'm getting every day, whānau. Every fucking day. So I want to say this. If you're rangatahi in this room, or if you're watching, and you feel like no one fucking listens to you, that no one fucking cares, and no one believes you, and you have tried to reach out for help over and over and over again, fucking message me. Message me. Message me at 3 in the morning. Message me at 4 in the morning. I don't give a fuck. Message me. You know why? Because I'd rather fucking talk to you in my inbox at fucking 4 o'clock in the morning than have to go on the fucking news or do another fucking hikoi for you. I am here and I fucking believe you. Reach out to me and I will fucking have your back. I promise. Normally this would be where I would end my kōrero. But seeing as this is the last Real Talk, I really want to get into real quickly how Real Talk has kind of integrated into my kaupapa, which is Wāhine toa hunting. So a matakete, who knows what a matakete is? Matakete is, Māori guide, spiritual guide. I don't want to say psychic because that ain't it. She told me before I met Tania that I'm going to go back to Porirua where it all started, and I'm going to have a voice, and I'm going to speak to younger versions of myself that I left behind. And I did. She contacted me about 2 weeks later, and I was like, well, shit. But the thing is, Tania, can you come up here, please? The thing is, when we go places with this kōrero, and I speak those words, her kaupapa allows me to reach children that don't follow me. They don't know who I am. So in Hamilton, I had 4 children reach out to me, and I had one child from, I better be not specific. Her teacher was molesting her. She came forward and said, this is what's been fucking happening. I need help. And the kids found out that this kid was getting molested. So the kids started bullying this girl until she wanted to fucking kill herself. Because of Real Talk and her coming to Hamilton, she got to meet with me at KōRERO, and then she got to leave there. It turned out by alignment that I knew her whānau back in Porirua, and I said to her, baby, I'll get in touch with her whānau, and then she left and she got out of there. Because of Real Talk, because of your kaupapa, because of that connection. So she has gone back. The other ones that I met through the Real Talk in Hamilton, they're not cutting themselves anymore because they just needed to be heard. But also, one of the young girls, when we were in Real Talk in Levin, stay there, don't go in. Real Talk in Levin, she came, she didn't know who I was, and she wanted to kill herself, and she didn't want to be here, and no one fucking listened to her, and she had given up fucking trying, and then she randomly came to Real Talk. And then, like a couple of weeks after that, her mum just threw her out on the street. And now that kid lives with me because of your kaupapa. And she's not cutting anymore. And she's safe now. And you did that. So, I better knock myself out. So, I want to gift you this. This is a cast-off antler from one of my first hunts through Wāhine toa hunting. So when a deer casts it off, it's because it's growing through its new generational fucking antlers, whatever the fuck. I'm not a scientist. Jesus, just go with it. Go with it. It's probably completely wrong. But what you are allowing these children to do by you bringing them to me, is cast off that bullshit and start the healing. So I want to gift you that, my sister. I fucking love you, Jake. I love you too. And that's the thing. Her kaupapa is fucking saving lives because I see it all the fucking time. You're on, G. My name's Pania Te Paiho. I don't know why I curtsied, but...
E te whānau, wasn't I right? Give another big round of applause for our sister, Pania. Mauri ora kia koe te tuahine. E tika ana te rā kōrero. That's what this kaupapa is all about. Pania just put it all in a beautiful, beautiful little nutshell there. Ngā rangatahi mā, pakeke mā, kauheke mā. This is why we have this kaupapa here. It's been reiterated with all of our kōrero thus far, that these issues, this is part of the healing journey. Ki te kōrero. Whāriki hea o kōrero i mua i te aroaro. Nā rere hoa mā, hei whakapiki ake, ia tātou. Thank you, te tuahine Pania, once again. You always do it, sis. You always do it. Anei te tahi wāhi mā tātou. We're going to give out another prize, e hoa mā. Once again, we need to hear from our audience out there, what is a segment or a mata, a perspective of Pania's kōrero that resonated with you? Who would like to share their kōrero? Tēnā, I've been waiting for you, my big bro. Yeah, kia ora, tēnā, koe. Tuatahi, reintroduce yourself to everybody.
Hi everyone, my name's Sushi and I'm from Māngere. What she said and resonate with me is that us, the youth, we have a voice and we want our voice to be heard. you know, and there's so much shit that's happening within my generation, and everything that's happening to the next generation. That's why I took up and I became a youth mentor to cut that chain, and I want to give back to my community in Mangere because all the shit that I've been going through, I don't want my little siblings to go through the same thing. So I became a youth mentor to help these kids to grow up, to give them guidance for them to become better in the future. And we have a voice. That's all I want to say.
Kia ora, tēnā koe, e tika ana tērā, and that's what Pania exactly was saying, to listen to your reo, to listen. We say that all the time. Rangatahi, ko koutou ngā pōpō, they are our leaders for tomorrow. And yet, what do pakeke do? We gatekeep hard. Hey? So thank you, my brother, for reiterating what Pania's been saying, what Tania's been saying, what Jesse's been saying, what all of our KAIKŌRERO have been saying today. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to haere tonu. Nā rere hoa mā. I don't know if you fellas have seen this whānau here, but they're internationally known, e hoa mā. Internationally known. But I'd like to just give a bit of a reflection on his humble work that he does. Because in Kahungunu we have a similar brother to what he does. It's a real humble mahi, but it also is saving lives. And that is sitting one-on-one, grooming and attending to someone's makawe, being a baba, being that person listening to your voice, bro. So, e te whānau whānui, I'm going to leave all this gorgeous kōrero for the one, the only, kōruatahi, Sam and Sarah Brown. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Malo lava le soifua. Tēnā koutou katoa. Honoured to be here. Thank you, Tania, and your beautiful team for organising this sacred space. Heavy space, but sacred. Thank you to everyone who shared their taonga with us so far. I had to go out and have a breather for a minute there, because again we're always triggered, and this healing journey never stops. But yeah, I want to acknowledge tangata whenua for gifting my whānau, adopting this whenua as our home. I come from a long line of strong tēne toa from Samoa. My grandmother was the leader of the first malanga. They call it the malanga from the 60s when Samoa was shipped here to be the factory workers. And so I honour tangata whenua for being welcoming to all our Pacific people. Ko Māteo, Whawhetei, Maliatoa, Brown Toku Ingoa. I grew up in Aotea, but I was raised here in Tāmaki Makaurau. I was born out in Mangere, 275, so that's home, but Aotea, I've been there since I was a little child. And growing up in Christchurch, not many people look like us, talk like us, dress like us. It's very white the further down you go down south in this country. And so my teachers couldn't pronounce my name, so Matt Brown stuck. I stand before you guys as a barber. I still remember, how many guys go to a barber shop here? Yep, a few of us. So I was 10 years old when I went to my first barber shop. Like most Pasifika Polynesian kids, we couldn't afford haircuts, so our father was our barber. But on this particular day, my dad's scissors were blunt, so he took us to the barber shop. And I remember feeling nervous and excited. Nervous because this was my opportunity to have a different hairstyle other than the bowl cut. Excited because, nervous because when we got there, the whole shop was packed full of men. And if you know me, I'm a real introvert. I like, small crowds of people. So I get very nervous talking on stage. But as I remember walking out of that barber shop and that barber gifting me a dope haircut, he made me look like The Rock, gave me these big sideburns. I remember walking away feeling something that I'd never felt before. And that was, I felt seen. I felt important because I asked them to make me look like The Rock. I felt seen and I felt important, something that I'd never experienced as a kid. So, no surprise, 20, 25, 26 years later, I stand before you guys as a barber. My first attempt at shaving, I suppose I became well known in the barbering industry over a decade ago, was when I shaved a portrait of my favorite rapper. You see, for us growing up in Ōtautahi, our superheroes, most of our superheroes growing up in Aotea in the 90s were the All Blacks. So I grew up in the era of John Olomu, Michael Jones, Ronnie Clark. Those were our heroes. But unfortunately for me, my club room was KFC. And so hip-hop was what really resonated with me. You know, my superheroes were Tupac and Biggie. And so I attempted to shave a portrait of my favorite rapper, Tupac. And I remember uploading this onto Facebook, and I woke up the next morning and it had over 1 million likes and shares. 1 million likes, views, and shares. I thought I was the man. People often ask me, how long did this haircut take you? It took me 2 hours because, you know, Tupac gone wrong could have easily ended up looking like a self-portrait. But thank God it didn't. At the time, my little girl asked me, you know, she got confident. She asked me, Dad, can you shave a portrait of my favorite singer? And I'm like, yeah, sweet. And so she asked me for Beyonce. So, you know, confident as I was, I went to shave Beyonce on my young girl's head. And in this case, Beyonce ended up looking like Jesus. And now you guys keep looking up there, but there's no photo. And I try to save my ass by saying, darling, you know, everyone loves Jesus. Jesus changed the world. And her response was, no, Daddy, Jesus lives in my heart, not my head. Ultimate fail. But if you told this young boy that one day I would have the busiest barbershop in Aotearoa, where I started in a little garden tin shed, which I see one of my first clients in the audience today who lives here in Tāmaki with his whānau now, Kieran. If you told me that one day I would have a busy barbershop and I started with a little garden tin shed, I started with what I had. I started with what I had, Rangatahi. You know, I started with Remington clippers from Briscoe's. You know, on the box it says, you know, titanium blades. But that shit touches your hair once, Pasifika here, it's like blunt. But I started with what I had. And if you told me that this would be my life, I would never believe you. If you told me that one day I would travel the world teaching, barbering, hanging out with, doing a national education seminar with Tupac and Biggie's barber, a guy that goes by the name of Darren Lyons, I would never believe you. If you told me that I would become friends and hang out with Jay-Z and Kanye West's barber, I would never believe you. Because growing up in my household, dreams were not free. Dreams weren't possible. So here's an image of me as a 5-year-old boy and me 5 years ago. I struggle to look at the photo of me as a 5-year-old boy because although I'm smiling, my eyes tell a different story. You see, by the age of 10, we had lived in every woman's refuge home in Ōtautahi. And you never forget the feeling of another man's private parts on your body as a 3-year-old boy. To then witness and watch your abuser leave your body and jump on your little brother and do the same thing. You see, I never forget the smell, the lights, the force covering my mouth as a 10-year-old boy from someone who my community looked up to. As a 10-year-old boy telling me, shut the fuck up. No one's going to believe you. Shut the fuck up. No one's going to believe you. But I stand here today and talk about my story and share my mama, my taonga with you guys because this journey wasn't an easy one. When people talk about healing, you know, we often think butterflies and rainbows and unicorns, but healing is a lot of work. Healing is crying. Healing is on your knees, screaming and painful. Here are my siblings and my father. I love and adore these men. Just like all whānau, all our inga, we know we may not get along sometimes, but when shit hits the fan, we're there. And just to give you to paint a picture of what it was like growing up in my household, if I could describe my childhood in one word, I would use the word unsafe. Unsafe. It was unsafe to have an opinion. It was unsafe to think. It was unsafe to speak. it was unsafe to be me, Matt Brown. You know, like most Polynesian kids, you know, you're at the rugby field on a Saturday, and on this one particular Saturday, my dad, everyone in Otutahi knew my father as the guy the Samoan man who stood on the sideline with his big trench coat holding his can of Foster beer. And on this one game, we were watching one of my older brother's game, and my dad started, you know, disagreeing with the ref, using some colourful words. And I remember the referee, you know, he blew his whistle, and he goes, "If you don't get off the fucking field, I'm calling this game off." And then I remember my dad, you know, being a ulukae Samoan man, he goes, "Okay, I'll get off the field." My old man walks over to the car, opens up his boot, grabs his machete, and runs on the field and chases the referee. And just like that, we stood on the sideline and we giggled. We giggled because this was our father now, revealing to the whole world, exposing to the whole world the shit that happens behind closed doors. So you can only imagine the stuff that happened behind closed doors. You see, in my household, when that infamous movie Once Were Warriors came out, I was 10 years old, and we sat down on the whala and we watched that film and we laughed through the entire film. We thought it was a comedy because we would compare Beth Heke's black eyes to my mum's black eyes. We would say to each other, "Oh, Beth Heke's black eyes are nothing in comparison to mum's," because mum will go to church like that. Church, bruised face, big eyes with the big shades covering her face, yet no one said or did anything. No one said or did anything. And so, on this journey of discovering the Clippers, this kaupapa was birthed, my father's barbers. And when people ask me, what is the heart of the kaupapa? What is the heart of the work that you do? One word sums up my mahi, our mahi. Connection. Connection. And I'm going to read a letter to you guys that I wrote to a client of mine who eventually became a friend, who eventually became my brother. And I wrote this letter to him. I'm going to read this because it's going to be hard. I wrote this letter to Mauso because when we found out he got cancer, and I wrote this letter to him. And it goes like this. A letter to my brother. When you told me that you wish you could tell me everything, but you couldn't possibly because it would test even the limits of my love, my heart was still my brother. So still, so quiet. You said, "Bro, if I tell you, bro, you'll walk away just like everyone else. But if only you knew that when I think of why I even barber at all, I think of men like you. If only you knew that it's the shame you push down their whispers in your ear telling you I would leave if I knew. Because if the truth whispered, it would tell you nothing you could ever tell me would change my mind about you. Because I see you, my uso. And when I see you, I don't see the gangster. I see a little boy sleeping on the bed springs because your father deemed you unworthy to sleep on a mattress. I've always seen him. So when I cut your hair, I'm cutting that little boy's hair, and with every snip, I'm telling him he's worthy. You are worthy, little one. Snip, snip. You are worthy of belonging. Snip, snip. You are worthy to exist. Snip, snip. You are worthy to be known. Snip, snip. You are worthy to be loved. You epitomize the reason I do this at all. When you come into the barbershop and sit in my chair, I feel you exhale. I exhale too, my uso. And you are no longer in my chair in the barbershop. You are lying on those bed springs in a dark room, and I'm sitting on the end of your bed with you. I see your tears, but I don't hear them. You weren't allowed to cry back then, but you can cry with me now, little one. I'm honored to hear your tears. Sometimes they just need a witness. So I'll sit there in the dark with you as long as it takes until you have the courage to push them out. I can smell the urine. I know it was just your way of protecting yourself, little one. I'm sorry you had to stay like that all night. I'm here now and we'll clean it up together, I promise. I'll sit up with you here all night just so you know I'm not going anywhere. It will always be because of men like you, with little boys inside of you, longing to be seen, that I consider this work the honor of my life. To cut your hair and see you beyond what the world sees, while its perspective that atua, that love must surely have of each of us. So I'll continue to be my father's baba. I thank you humbly for this gift, my uso. I thank you for letting me see you. I thank you for letting me sit with you in all of your pain. Here was a man when he came into my little garden tin shed in a place called Aranui on the east side of Christchurch. I had social workers, community people in my neighborhood question my integrity. Bro, you know who that guy is, eh? You know the shit he's putting up in our streets. And I was at conflict because I chose a career to serve. My job was to cut here and listen. And as I listened, I fell in love with this man. As I cut his hair, I soon learnt a boy who was introduced to crime at the age of 5, yelling, Mom, I'm hungry. And his mother responded, boy, jump in the car. Took him down to the closest area and said, you go and then you grab whatever you want. A boy whose father deemed him unworthy to be his son. So he dropped him off at the children's home. And then my friend was shipped from foster home to foster home. And he was sexually abused from multiple people who should have looked after him. And he tells me of a story, one incident to discipline him was the tool humiliation. And how this parent guardian humiliated my friend to discipline him because he found him too much to fucking handle. He stripped my boy naked. He hung him upside down on the clothing line outside. Got the rest of the boys to stand around in a circle and piss on my brother. And then we wonder why people perpetrate violence. Monsters are not born, whānau. They're created. They're created from many years of neglection, rejection, trauma, pain. You see, the best definition of trauma I've ever come across comes from an indigenous Canadian Jewish man who goes by the name of Gaba Mate, which he says, trauma is not what happens to you. Trauma is what happens inside of you as a result of what happened to you. And so when you look at our rangatahi, when you look at our men, incarceration rates going through the roof and our indigenous numbers are sitting at the top of that, we have to start asking the question, what's happened? What's happened to our people? And we know what's happened. And so this barbershop has become a safe haven. You know, here's a quick photo of the many cultures who have come through this space. All because we're looking and longing for connection. We want to be seen. We want to be heard. The government approached us a few years ago and, you know, they seen the mahi we were doing because corrections was asking, you know, what's the blueprint? The men that you're working with out of prison are not reoffending. Most of the guys that we've worked with, 3 months. 3 months is as long as, you know, that they have outside and then they're back inside. Where the guys who were coming through the barbershop we're out for a year, 2 years, and they've never gone back inside. And my response has always been simple. Our indigenous people have always had the answers. Whakawhanaungatanga, to manaki, to sit and accompany people with where they are. Not rolling out a how to heal recipe and you should do this and do that. Because all of us are different. All of us are uniquely built different with our own unique stories. And so when MSD approached me wanting to awhi and support our kaupapa, you know, I was hesitant. At first I said no because, I don't want to lose my street cred. And then, I didn't also trust the government. Because where were you when my mum was getting the shit beaten out of? You know, where were you guys? And the police who came and knocked on our doors, you know, they ill-treated, mistreated my family. And so I soon learned that in these systems we have people work in these systems, and I've been honoured to collaborate with the It's Not Okay campaign over the years. Beautiful, staunch, mana Wāhine, old school feminists who don't take shit, but are in there they humanize the system for me too, that there are people in there who are trying to change these dinosaur systems that are not serving our people. And so when they gave us some putia, some kupe to run a dream that my wife and I always had, was to run these wānanga, because I'm just one person, I'm just one barber, there's only so many heads I can cut. I wanted to educate other barbers around the motu how to have these courageous conversations, because in my neighborhood we weren't having these. Unless you were, you know, having a beer or using some substance, you know, where men starting to open up. But in the barbershop, in my shed, in the barber chair, men were opening up. You know, there's a bit of vulnerability that requires you to, when you're walking into a salon or a barbershop, because, you know, you're giving this person power. They have the power to either make you look good or fuck your shit up. So there's a slight vulnerability to it. And as we ran these wānanga, barbers were signing up from all around the motu. 150 barbers from around the country signed up to 3 wānangas. And it was beautiful. It was transformational. At one of these wānangas, I'll share a story where, after sharing my story, and I share it quite raw at the wānanga, I do this activity called the Circle of Courage. And I pose questions. Like, I'll pose a question in this room. Hands up in this room if you've ever felt misunderstood. Yep, everyone. If your hand's down, I'm going to assume that you're shy. Okay, so questions like that, and then you know, but I get all the men in the circle, and I go, step inside the circle if you've ever felt heartbroken. And so, you know, usually the older guys stand in the circle, and the young guys are standing out like suckers. And one of the questions I get to is, step inside the circle if you've been sexually abused. And at one of these wānangas, 47 men stood in that circle. 47 men stood in that circle with their heads down. And I said, Tāne mā, put your heads up. Look at each other. 50 men stood in that circle and just cried and wept. 47 men that you will never, ever see on research, on data, because there is no safe space for our tāne to open up. Because society has told us to be a man, you got to harden the fuck up. To be a man, you got to be gangster. To be a man, you go play rugby. To be a man, you go and work your ass off and put on that uniform because you're the provider. But yet our men continue to struggle silently. Our men continue to struggle silently. And so through this barbershop, again, this is my call to action to our rangatahi, to anyone. Use what you have. I just had some clippers and I had a building. And for me, our shop was open, you know, 6 days a week. On Mondays, we were closed. And I thought, how about we just fill the shop up with men? And so it's been beautiful. On Mondays, we've had therapy sessions, and we've collaborated with some organizations who have gifted us free therapists. Because, you know, in Aotea, in Christchurch alone, you're looking at a 3 to 6 month wait to see someone. And even then, you're looking at $100 to $180 per session. So for most of our whānau, that's a whole week's worth of groceries. You know, so you're going to think, feeding my family or my mental health? Of course, option one's better. So our mental health takes a back seat. And so when we open up our doors, you know, to see gangsters, to see, you know, lawyers, police, all sitting together in the barbershop, crying together. You know, this is not a very popular business plan. Step 1, get a barbershop, and step 2, start crying with your clients. But there's something beautiful when we share our stories. I'm a massive believer. The most courageous thing you could ever do in your life is own your story. The good, the bad, the ugly, the trauma, the pain. Until you start owning your story, you will forever be standing outside your story, trying to hustle for your worth. So this kaupapa was birthed. She is not your rehab. It's a very triggering title. I get trolled on the internet all the time. You know, people message me, oh, he is not your rehab too. Like, men get abused too, or they are not your rehab. Like, we get it. Like, I've been a barber for 15 years. I've been a barber for 15 years now. It's been the honor to hear men's stories. I know men get abused. I'm a victim myself. But let's not deny the fact that we are losing our wāhine at the hands of men who don't know how to regulate their emotions. In Australia, we lose one wāhine to an intimate partner once a week. In Aotea, in the OECD world, we sit at the top of that chain. We sit at the top. But let's not, you know, We know men get abused too. But we're also losing our tāne, we're also losing our men at the hands of men. We're taking our own lives. And so when people ask me, who was she? This kaupapa was birthed from my lived experience. She is the woman from my childhood. I've been talking about domestic violence and being sexually abused since I was 15 years old. I am now 36. I shared my story the first time in English class when, you give your 3-minute speech. My poor teachers didn't know what to do. But all my friends, as a Samoan boy who was speaking about this shit, my community hit back. They said, bro, we don't talk about this shit. Like, this is whakamā. You're bringing shame upon your family. But what I was seeing was all my friends were taking their own lives because they were holding and harboring this mama deep inside. And so I honor my mother, whom I lost 2 years ago to cancer. On her shoulders, this kaupapa I stand on. I can't help but remember. I remember going to school with police cars outside the front of my house. I remember coming home with police cars outside the front of my house. And I would have to lie to my boys walking to school with that we had a family member who was a cop who visited frequently. I remember my mother drinking a bottle of bleach, trying to end her pain. I remember lining up at the food banks and your belly feeling like a washing machine because you didn't know if you were going to eat that night. I remember sleeping with my siblings in the car, being kicked out of our own home, not knowing where we were going to sleep that week. I remember the church halls, the lounge, the bathroom, the driveway, the car, covered in my mother's blood, all because she believed that us children needed both parents. I would often ask her, Mum, why don't you leave there? Like, he's going to fucking kill you soon. And Mum's answer was always the same. Son, I can't do this without Dad. I can't do this life without Dad. And so I refuse to shut the fuck up. I refuse to be silent. I refuse to not turn anyone away when they sit in my chair, no matter what background they come from. Because underneath people who don't regulate their emotions, underneath men who wear suits and ties, men who wear gang patches, who are bleeding to death over women and children who never cut them, is a little boy longing to be seen, longing to be heard. And so my call to action to all of us in the room is to hold that space. Know that when people gift you their mama, it's a taonga, but it's not yours to carry. Your childhood trauma wasn't your fault, but your healing is your responsibility. I took on this knowledge when my son was birthed. When my beautiful wife gifted me our son, this little thing, all I could do was flip and cry and shit. But I fell in love with it. And I thought to myself, how could anyone want to hurt such innocence? And it was then I knew that I had to transform my pain, because what you don't transform, you will transmit. What you don't transform, you will transmit. And people often ask me, where are you now with your dad? How's your relationship with your father? Every day I choose to forgive my old man. And who am I to forgive when I even think about it? Who am I to forgive? But I let go. I let go not for my dad's sake, but for my sake. Because if I harbored and kept that animosity and that bitterness, it would have transferred onto my dear children. And so I'll finish up by saying, who is she also of this kaupapa? She's my best friend. She's the love of my life. She is this teine toa who was of Te Raroa in Ngā Puhi, a woman who refused to be my rehab. And in fact, when I asked her to be my girlfriend, she sat there shocked, because we were friends for 4 years due to trust issues on my behalf. But when I asked her to be my girlfriend, her response was simple and straight cutting. She goes, I love you and I'll support you, but you need to check your ass into therapy. And I did. And I swear to God, that poor therapist needed counseling after we were finished. But I want to honor my wife because she is not my rehab, but she is my home. She is my home. And for us tāne, we love to come to a home that is, safe and peaceful. And that's who my wife is to me. And so I'll hand it over to my wife.
Kia ora. Where's the clicker? I knew you'd take it. Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you so much for having us here today. I just want to give honour to Tania for this kaupapa. Matt and I are firm believers that any space where we encourage the kōrero and the stories of our people is a sacred and holy space. So, kia ora to you, Tans, and your whole team for putting this together. I would like to share a little bit of my story because I'm the other half of She Is Not Your Rehab, and our relationship is really the heart of this kaupapa and how we've managed to heal together, managed to heal individually and then heal together. So the question of my life was this one: ko wai o, who am I? And I had this question in my head the whole of my life. From the day I was born, my mother was actually a teen mother, and she actually got pregnant to my father, who was her second cousin. He was already married, so I was the product of an affair. And back then in 1983, it was not the thing to do to have a baby to your cousin when he's already married to somebody else. So there was a lot of shame, a lot of mamai, a lot of sadness around my birth. Her parents actually were quite religious from up north, and they said to her, you can't keep your baby, you have to give baby away. And so she had no choice. She wasn't given the option. She wasn't given the option of who she was going to give her pepe to, but she gave birth to me in the hospital, and she was told to leave straight away. So I was actually kept in the hospital, North Shore Hospital, for 14 days. The first 14 days of my life I was in hospital, and I was just looked after by the nurses there. And I always wondered what the conversations were like and who held me, because for that first 14 days I didn't know the nurture of a mother. And so that was the start of my life. I was then taken to, given to a Pākehā family, so I knew I was not brought up with, nor did I know any part of my culture. I didn't know what iwi I was from. I had no concept of my parents. And I was taken down to the Manawatu, and I was raised there by very religious, very strict parents. And from that day, there was a question and a longing in my heart to belong. And I felt such disconnection. I felt like, looking around me, I shouldn't be here. I didn't connect with my parents that raised me. It was a very abusive home, physical violence, but also a lot of psychological abuse. And for a girl who I've later learned is my love language is actually words of affirmation, to receive detrimental words the whole of my life, it just really destroyed my soul. So from a very young age, I knew I was adopted. I knew I didn't belong there. I didn't look like them. I didn't act like them. I just felt this huge sense of, why am I here? And so my life was constantly filled with looking for validation and belonging in other people. And that sent me on a spiral of terrible relationships. I started sleeping around and was very promiscuous from the age of 13 years old. I looked for longing and worth in other people. So I'd look for boys. I'd think, if I connect to you, will you love me? My question was, who am I? Will you love me? And so my life really was abandonment, rejection, and loneliness. And that's what the words that would sum up my life. So as a young teenager, I decided I was going to leave home. At 12 years old, I decided I had enough. I want to go back. I want to find my real whānau. I want to connect with, somewhere out there. Surely my mother will connect with me, and I'll find who I am, and I'll belong somewhere. And so I remember the week that I wanted to leave home. It had gotten quite bad. I saw this documentary on TV, and it was about street kids, and they were leaving home as children and early teenagers, and they were living on the street. And I remember thinking, I don't know if I want to live like that, so maybe I'll just wait till I can get a job. And so I waited a couple more years, and the day I turned 15, I said to my adopted parents, I'm going to go, and I'm going to go find a job, and I'm going to go find my real family, and I'm leaving. And my adopted father looked at me, and he said, no one in this world is ever going to help you or want you. So if you leave, don't you ever come back. And that was my last words with him. And you know what I thought at the time? I don't even think I felt really that sad, because it was just always, that's how I felt my whole life anyway. He didn't really need to say it. But I actually felt quite excited, like this was my chance to literally leave and go and find where I came from. So I left home. I moved from the Manawatu. I managed to get a ride in a friend's car, and I drove up north to Auckland City, right here. And I remember driving over the harbour bridge. I had $10 in my pocket. I had no job at the time. And I yelled out the window, "Auckland City, I'm here." And you know what? I just felt this excitement, like this is where I was going to find my belonging. And so actually, like Tania, I actually got into retail as well and ended up as a retail manager, and I worked a lot of jobs. Because you see, another response from the childhood I had was I didn't like to ask for help. I was a very staunch, independent person. I thought, you know what, my dad's words rung in my head, no one's ever going to want to help you, you have to do everything for yourself. So I truly believed that my survival was all up to me. I didn't believe there was a community out there. I didn't believe there was a whānau out there really, because I'd never seen one. So I was a staunchly independent, fiercely independent person that would not even cry in front of people. So part of my healing, I guess, in later years has been learning to cry. By the age of 19, like the brother Jesse shared, he became a father. At the age of 19, I became a mama. And to be honest with you, whānau, I had no idea what I was doing. I had never looked after a child before. I didn't even really know how to take care of myself. And I had gotten pregnant to a guy I knew for a month. So when I had my pepe, I was in hospital by myself, and I looked down at her, and I thought, you know what? No one's ever felt about me the way I feel about you. And I promise you, I'm going to do everything I can to be the mother for you that I always wanted myself. I'm going to do everything I can to heal myself, because you deserve a healed mother and a whānau. And you know what? That was the start of my healing journey. And it was not easy. There was many nights of tears, still a lot of disconnection, rejection when I met some of my biological whānau. That it was a lot of mama and sadness about how I'd come into this world. So it had caused a lot of whānau friction. So I met my grandmothers and heard the full story from both sides and all of this kind of stuff. And, and part of me carried that. I've learnt now as someone doing the work, that we have to learn what not to carry that's not ours to carry. Sometimes other people's sadness and mamai and their shame, you know what, it's not yours to carry. You can put it down. You don't have to keep carrying it. And so I continued to do the healing work, but by the time my baby was 7 months old, I was utterly down. I had no sleep for 7 months. I was doing this early mama life by myself. And so one day I just decided I can't do this anymore. And so I took a bottle of sleeping pills, 42 tablets. My friend found me, I'd comb it out, she rang an ambulance, ended up gotten taken to North Shore Psychiatric Hospital, funnily enough the hospital where I was born, but in the psych unit this time, waking up to a security guard at the door telling me I wasn't even allowed to go to the toilet because I was at risk to myself. And there was so much shame there for me, because I thought, I did this when I have a baby that needs me. And so, again, it was another moment from my healing journey. What could I do different? I didn't know. I had been brought up very religious. I didn't really want to go back to that. So I thought, what could I do to find a healing path? And my healing path, I started to, honestly, I read this book called You Can Heal Your Life. And it started with affirming myself. As someone who's a huge believer in the power of words, I started speaking those words of truth into myself. I am loved, I'm brave, I'm smart, I'm kind, I'm powerful, I can do these things. I can be whoever I want to be. And you know what? Like in the beginning saying it, it felt really like fake. Like I didn't even believe it. But the more I said it, the more I practiced it, it became part of my healing. Because you know what? Our self-talk, the way we speak to ourselves, this is the life that we're creating with the words that we speak to ourselves with. And even now as a mother of 3, I teach my children from young to affirm themselves every single night. My children will learn how to speak to themselves with kindness, things that I was never taught as a young kōrero. So that was part of my journey. And through all my healing, I decided that I would no longer look to somebody else to validate me. I would no longer go seek a bad relationship with just anyone, because I was so desperate to belong and so desperate to have someone else tell me that I was worthy. I decided, you know what? I am going to deem myself to be worthy. I am going to heal myself. I'm going to do the work, and I'm going to be with myself. I have to focus on the relationship that's going to be the longest one in my life, the one I have with myself. So the quote that we shared before, love yourself so that when love comes, it won't be a stranger. I had never experienced love of myself. And so when Matt Brown finally arrived, a few years later, the love that we shared, it was familiar to me because I already knew how to treat myself well. I decided, I actually wrote down a list of all the things I wanted in somebody. And by then I'd been single for 7 years because I had gone to uni, I'd had a career, I was raising my baby. And I wrote down a list of all the things. And I thought he has to be kind to me and my daughter. He has to have integrity, he has to be a man of his word, someone that's actions match their words. You know, somebody who's got work ethic, somebody with motivation for life, all the things I listed. And you know what, I thought, you know, I'm going to treat myself like that, like what I want, I'm going to be that myself, because you only attract what you are, and that's what I learned. And so by the time he came along, we were friends for 4 years, and we did this work together because I had met him and I'd heard his story in my job at the time, and I thought to myself, when I first heard his story like what you've heard tonight, it was quite raw. I thought, we need more people to share their stories like this. This is not even just his story, this is a lot of people's stories. And so I kind of vowed at the time I would help his story get out there. And I think I've done a pretty good job, to be honest. I've kept my word. So we just became friends, and over the course of friendship, I learnt that he was all the things on my list. He was kind, he was trustworthy, he was honest, he was a man of integrity. And I thought, oh yeah, but I thought in my head, no, we were just friends, we're just friends. And then eventually when he asked me out, I remember thinking, you're everything I've wanted, but actually I'm ready for this now because I've done the healing work myself. And so really, our work now, She Is Not Your Rehab, we've done social media campaigns. We did this one with my little son over there, Angelo. We sent out a Dear Mr. Rock letter for One White Ribbon Day, and it kind of went viral. It had 25 million views because The Rock reshared it. And he wrote back to us, and so that got us a huge amount of international following. But through that campaign, we got letters from all over the world, people saying, your story is our story, your community sounds like our community, Indigenous communities everywhere talking of the same things that we were talking about. And so I kind of learnt then, there's people all over the world that need this kind of healing. And from there, we decided to write a book. And our goal for the book really wasn't to even sell heaps of copies. Our goal for the book was actually to get it into places of incarceration, places of darkness, where our people could access tools and solutions to heal. And so I remember asking my publisher, how much will it cost me to get a copy to every single person in this country who's incarcerated? And they were like, how many are incarcerated? I was like, 9,350 at the time. 51% of those are Indigenous people. And they were like, yeah, we don't really want to just give away books. We kind of want to sell them. I was like, no, we want to give them away. So they said to me, okay, it'll cost you $100,000. And I said, sweet, thank you. I think she just thought, oh, she's not going to come up with that. You know, when I went off and I asked every single person that we'd worked with, do you guys want to donate to our books? And the day I got the $100,000, the final amount, I could not wait to text back my publisher, hey, I got the $100,000, send me the books. And they were like, wow, okay, no one's ever really done that. And in fact, we're right up there with the amount of books in prison now, the same as the Bible and the Quran, so kia ora. But from those books going to prisons everywhere, we've had the honour and the privilege to read stories from the men incarcerated inside, and women too. But letters of people that have said, I've never read a book in my life, but I read yours 5 times. You know, your book has taught me how to heal. I never understood the trauma I experienced was connected to the way I would abuse my family. I too want to be a change in my whānau. I too want to heal my family line. I too want better for my children. We've received voice notes from our tāne the day they leave prison on our Instagram and Facebook. Kia ora, brother. I just got out of Mount Eden prison today. I just want to tell you your book changed my life because I've never really understood trauma. I didn't understand why I did the things I have done. And I just want to thank you, and I'm coming down to get a haircut when I can afford to get to Christchurch. Those are the sorts of messages we get. We get messages from partners, from children, thanking us for this mahi. And all it was just a book that was pretty much a $10 investment into our people. Do you know what? One story I want to share. The books got delivered at the end of last year, just before Christmas, and in one prison, Christchurch Men's, which we do a lot of mahi in, the books arrived, and some of the brothers went up, and they were all just handed out books. One of them said to the staff, oh, I really want to read this book. And they go, oh, you can have one, everyone gets one. He said, oh, but I can't read. And then another brother in prison said to him, "Brother, I'll read it to you." And you know what? Those boys, they started their own prison book club. Not the staff, not corrections. Those men, they started their own book club. And do you know what they called it? A literati. A literati. That was a book club. And you know what? When I heard that and how they set up and they would read it to each other, don't you ever tell me our men are irredeemable. Don't you ever tell me that there's no rehabilitation possible for them. This is in the Violent Offenders Unit. These tāne are considered the worst in our country, and yet here they are reading stories of trauma and hope and healing to each other. Don't tell me they're irredeemable. They are not irredeemable. No person, as long as they have breath in their lungs, is irredeemable, and that centres our work. So most of our work, all the work we do, we've developed an app, is really centred on making tools and solutions accessible for our people for free. Because, like Matt mentioned earlier, not a lot of our people can afford therapy. There's not even there's often the wait list, but there's the cost. It's just a lot of things, the stigma, everything. So we've developed a men's mental health app, which gets launched the start of next year. We did this in collaboration with the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Social Development. It is targeted for our Indigenous men, so look out for it, but all men are welcome. And it's just another way to make the healing tools that we've used in life with all the groups that we've run accessible for those that can't get to our groups. Every single part of our work centres on changing the narrative. I want to tell you here today that it is possible to be everything you never received. It's possible to be the kind of mother, the kind of father that you didn't have yourself. It's possible to rewrite your family history. It's possible to be a good ancestor for your children. You know what, like, when I think of Matt and I's life, we shouldn't even really last together, you know, really. We come from the most traumatic homes, put them together, and we're expected to kind of make it work. We've had to learn tools. We've had to heal together. I've had to let Matt in. For a staunch, independent wahine like me, for a long part of my healing journey, I would actually sit outside in my car and cry by myself because I didn't want my baby to hear me upset. And so I would do that, you know, whenever I would, you know, feel triggered or want to, you know, do the work. And when I got married, something that happened, I remember something happened with my whānau and it triggered me and I felt really upset. And so I actually did the same thing. I went off and sat in my car outside. And so when I did that, about 5 minutes after, my husband comes into the garage and he opens that car door. And you know what he said to me? "You don't cry in here by yourself anymore." That's the healing work that we do together. You know what? It's sharing tears. It's letting walls down. And so I invite my husband to come up right now because often in spaces we feel that the best way to teach is by modelling behaviour. And so we want to just share a little taster of some of the mahi we do, and we do this in prisons everywhere even. We do like relationship group therapy, we talk about stuff, and when we share this, what we do here, we ask all the men in our groups, "Hey, what's intimacy?" And, you know, they always joke around, "Oh, sex," you know, like this, and I'm like, okay, well, you know what? Intimacy is when you can show the other person you're with yourself, your real self, the shameful things that you don't want to show anybody. And so intimacy is created through open conversation. It's created with connection. And so Matt and I actually, like, funnily enough, we do this for fun with each other. We do it in groups. We actually do it in our real life because our kaupapa centres on our relationship. And so we keep strong by having open, honest kōrero. So we're going to do a little bit here for you now. He doesn't even know what's on the questions, but these are some of the questions that we usually, anyone just chucks us or asks us. So we start the time of intimacy with each other by looking in each other's eyes. And for some of our whānau that we teach, they've never really done that because it's quite an intimidating thing to look into the eyes of somebody. And you just acknowledge each other. And you ask a question. You can start.
Do you find it easy or hard to admit when you are wrong?
I find it hard to admit I'm wrong because when I was growing up, my adopted mother would often force me to take responsibility for things I didn't do. And so whenever something comes up, I instantly feel really defensive, and I don't want to admit it. And so that's why I hate admitting I'm wrong. And being wrong always equated in punishment for me. What can I do better that helps you feel seen? Love you. No, not that.
What do you admire about me?
I admire that you are the most giving and forgiving person I've ever met. I admire that you will give at the cost of yourself, and I admire that you will bravely champion forgiveness when it costs you, and I see that cost. What do you most want our children to see watching us? Just a little bit of intimacy exercises we do in prison. And I guess we do this because many people have never seen it modelled. We didn't grow up in homes where this kind of relationship was modelled. We never saw honest kōrero modelled. We didn't understand what it was like to have a conversation that was hard. And you know what? In the hard conversations are where the healing happens, because most of our hurt will come from relationships, but so too will our healing. And so my encouragement today, whānau, is to have hard conversations. Have hard conversations with those you love. Have hard conversations with those you find difficult. When you can look at the eyes of another and ask a question from your heart, that's where the healing happens. That's where the magic happens. That's how we break cycles. That's where we heal. And so it is possible to change the narrative. It's possible to break the cycle. Mauri ora whānau. Thank you for having us.
We need to give this beautiful couple another.
Share your story. Be authentically you. You can save someone's life. The seeds that you plant today will ripple out forever. The effect that you might have on that person might not be right here and right now. It could be the next generation. Kia ora whānau, thank you.
Nā reira e hoa mā. Hei whakatepe I tēnei kōrero, tēnei mihi ki te tokorua nā. Tuatahi, e te tuahine Sarah. As your kōrero went, I could only just reflect. And someone had said it as they were standing here, I think it was you, Timoti, about that man in the mirror. I saw that woman in the mirror when you spoke at te tuahine. Nā reira, e kāre ārika ku mihi aku oha, kia koe I tēnei wai te tuahine. Hoi anō, ka mutu ki a koe te tungane Matt. I don't know if you fellas remember, te timatatanga, I gifted him with this new name. And it was Sam. Mutaku here, brother. Mutaku here, it happens. It's one of my, makutus that I have as a MC. I always tend to fuck up someone's name on the road. And I was this time hoping it might have been one of my tuahine, so that at the end they could just give me a bit of a nanati te kaki, but aroha, my brother was always you. So, Matt, e kore au e warewari I tō ingoa, e kore au e warewari I tō tūnga, I tō oranga, because yes, brother, once again, so many relevance I roto I tō kōrero with my tipuranga in the hood back in Flaxmere. So, tēnā koe me o kōrero, it was absolutely humbling. Once again, whānau, just one more round of applause for all of our KAIKŌRERO I te pōnei. Nā reira, hei whakatepe I a tātou e hoa mā. There was a bit of a QR code, but we're just going to skip that because you will all receive a bit of an email. It's going to take about 10 minutes of your time to give some feedback. He kōrero whakahoki, it's a survey, he aro matawai, and the whānau here, real talk, they need it so that they can keep te puni kōkiri over there, very happy. But of course, they can get some good rangahau, good data out of that as well. So please do, when you receive that email, take that 10 minutes of your time to fill in, give your feedback, because this kaupapa needs it. Ne, ka pai, tēnā koutou, kaupapa tuatahi, kaupapa tuarua e hoa mā, before we whakahoki a te rāka ki te haukainga nei, koutou rā, tēnā, you know my hoki, my bro, thank you for holding it down. We would like to also tono 6 rangatahi, e ono, 6 rangatahi, to come to stage once we wrap up with Karakia and Himene, with our brother over there, to share your kōrero and your experience for tonight. 6 daring rangatahi. It'll be a good mixture, some kōtiro, some tāne. Okay, we just need 6 to come up stage here. You will be blessed with some beautiful taonga, ka pai. There will be some giveaway or something for you. So ko tērā e hoa mā. O tira, hei whakatepe I tēnei kaupapa, the real talk, once again, reflecting back to our KAIKŌRERO tuatahi, our kaiwhakahaere, Tania, tēnā koe paki mai kia ia e hoa mā. Me kore ake tēnei wahine, ora I tēnei kaupapa, e kore tātou, e koke whakamua I roto I ēnei āhuatanga. And I do apologise that I do speak a bit of reo, but it is my safe language, e hoa mā. Tuarua e hoa mā, okay, to all of our following KAIKŌRERO that have stood in vulnerability, e hoa mā. Stood here and given their kōrero and shared their personal experiences, from ringatoi to barbers to inspirational motivators within our communities, to our wahine toa who go out and save our rangatahi every single day. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa, paki mai anō, kia rātou mā. Nā reira, I runga I te āhuatanga o te rā, me tēnei kaupapa, ka tika, ka whakahoki atu te rākau kia koutou, tēnā nau mai hoki mai, e te tungane. Winston, paki mai ki tēnei tangata hoki e hoa mā.
Kia ora tātou e te whānau, tēnā tātou e te whare. Just excuse this paint on my face, I've just come straight from Eden Park, doing the opening for the Women's Black Ferns. So he tino entrepreneur, I get paid to be a Māori. It's the best job ever, like literally. But I just wanted to thank all the speakers that spoke today. Also, especially to Sarah and Matt. I really connected with a lot of the things you were saying. Matt, especially about aroha mai. What was it? I think it might have been something about not opening up, not talking enough. And Sarah, one thing that really stuck with me was that how you said you decided to make the change. And once you decided, then things started happening for you. I relate to that because 1.5 years ago I was accused of rape from one of my ex-partners. And we broke up in 2018, but yet it wasn't until 2020 that the police came to my door and coming to arrest me under this accusation. I was with my marae and worked with my marae a lot, my iwi up in Ngāti Whātua, so I thought to myself, okay, I'm going to let my whānau know, and maybe they'll come around me and be able to support me. And when I did that, immediately, I noticed from those ones that I thought were really close to me, really shun away and ignore me, almost to the point where it wasn't even acknowledging me for a hello. And then I had my court. I beat all my charges, and it was only due to me educating myself and finding other ways to present evidence to prove my innocence. If I wasn't educated enough, I probably would have just sat there in the cell and taken whatever they were going to do to me. 30 years would have been. But then another cousin of mine came and saw me. He sat me down, looked me in my eyes. He said, "Hey, I just want to know something. Did you do it?" And I said, "Well, you're the first person that's actually asked me." And no, cuz I didn't do it. But if you think I did, then kea koe te whakaro. And he said to me, "No, I don't think you did it, but I just wanted to ask you." And I thought to myself later on, once I had beaten all my charges and then returned back to my marae and my iwi, how all the whānau started coming around me and being like, we knew you weren't, we knew you weren't a rapist, and, he tino nui o mahi, ke te mahi a koe. And I'm thinking like, nah, you didn't think I wasn't a rapist. You especially were the ones that were ignoring me. But yet now that I've proven my innocence, you deem me worthy to stand here and represent for you as an iwi. I still stand here and uphold that mana. I'm not going to diminish it in any way because of my feelings towards how I feel about my own family. But I touch on Sarah's kōrero because I felt that it wasn't me. I had to, because before I started making change, I was dwelling in sadness. I was dwelling in like, what the hell? What am I going to do if I go to jail? Shit, it could be 30 years that I'm going to be inside for. What? Are they only just going off her statement that she said? Where's the evidence? But yet these police want to put me straight into jail. And then also, COVID happened. And then, so while I'm in jail, COVID happened. And then none of the courts were going to see anybody until the next year. So February that year, I got put into jail. And pretty much February the next year, COVID allowed for the courts to open back up again, and I was able to have my court hearing where I finally beat all my charges. But yeah, I feel I just wanted to say that and share that story, just due to the kōrero that our rangatira over there had mentioned earlier, to talk, to share. And so I wanted to share that with you, and just so that you know, we as Māori can still make it after these tragic things and traumatic things happen to us. And it's up to you as the individual. Kei o ringaringa. It's in your hands. So, thank you for allowing me that little bit of time to waste your time. But, me timata tātou I ngā te tai karakia ki te huakina, ki te kapi I tēnei wānanga. Nō reira, tēnei te Māori kātui, tēnei te Māori kāmihi, tēnei te Māori o Ngāti Whātua, kā piki, kā kake, tēnei te Māori kāmihi, ki ngā mana ki ngā reo, ki ngā mātāwaka, kua tai mai nei, I runga I Tāmaki, ki runga I au, te pai tapu o te kāwai. No reira, tau mai te mauri, haumi e, hui e, tai ki e. Tēnā tātou. Mihi, ngā tapu o ngā kōrero, ngā pūkenga, ngā tapu o ngā pūkenga, ngā tapu o ngā hua, ngā tapu tāwhito, ngā tapu te iri. Papohoki atu whiro nui, ki whiro roa, ki whiro o te pōti. Mihi, tā wāka, tō wāka, koe. Te whiro e rangi, te whiro e whakawhaka mau waka tina. Tēnā tātou. Tēnā.
Nā re re hoa mā, the Real Talk 2022 Tāmaki Makaurau, tēnā koutou katoa. That's a wrap. Kia ora mai koutou katoa. Just a reminder to our 6 rangatahi, ne? Anei te wā, now's the time. Hara mai ki konei, ki tēnei papatū waiwai, just come over here to share your story. Tēnā koe, sister, walking with confidence. I love it. I love it. Tēnā koe, no mai, cool. So you'll be... Rawe, nā mihi koutou, all right. So you gotta come over here with us. Tahi rua, tori wha. We need 2 more. 2 more. Too much, mother. One more. Yeah. Ka pai, tēnā koutou. Anei te hunga mā tātahi paki mai ki a rātou e hoa mā. Tēnā koe, sound man, can we please have a little bit of ambience in the background? Tēnā koe, bro.